The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 8, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable John James to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from the lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this speech is bittersweet. I stand to commend a member of my committee staff, Mandy Schomburg, on her 20 years of public service. Mandy, thank you for your years of service to this committee and this country, and for being someone that I could count on to get the job done. Anyone who knows me will tell you that I have high standards, and sometimes people struggle to meet them. Not Mandy. Mandy, you not only met those standards, you exceeded them. You will be missed by your team, by the committee, and by me. Throughout her 20 years in federal service, Mandy worked for former Representative Mark Green of Wisconsin and for the U.S. Department of Education under the leadership of Secretary Spellings. Mandy made her mark on the Education and the Workforce Committee as well. She served this committee under chairs Boehner, McKeon, Miller, Klein, Scott, and me. Throughout this time, she became highly respected on both sides of the Capitol for her expert knowledge on education and human services policy and for her ability to build coalitions. Having great ideas in Congress gets you only so far. You also need someone who knows how to implement those ideas. This is what Mandy was best at. Mandy often came up with creative and strategic solutions that brought individuals across the policy spectrum together. As a result, she was able to see numerous pieces of legislation make it across the finish line. Throughout the last 2 decades, Mandy was involved in nearly every major piece of education legislation. This includes laws that provide relief to victims of Hurricane Katrina, as well as legislation that reformed child nutrition laws, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, the Scholarships for Opportunity and Results Act, the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act, and so many more. Mandy has spent much of her career ensuring families have high-quality education options for their children. Fighting side by side with Mandy to spread education freedom has been an honor. She's also been a fierce advocate for maintaining student privacy, something that is increasingly under threat today. Additionally, Mandy worked on providing practical solutions to ensure schools are able to implement the school meal programs effectively. This allowed more children to get the help they need while also protecting taxpayers. I've also appreciated Mandy's dedication to holding the federal government accountable, no matter which party controls the White House. Oversight has always been one of my top priorities, and having someone on my team who is as equally committed to slapping back the hand of big government whenever it overreaches was a great encouragement. Lastly, Mandy's dedication to mentoring younger staff members strengthened her team and the committee as a whole. Mandy is one whose door is always open and whose creative input is always welcome. Her legacy on this committee will last long after she leaves Capitol Hill. As a committed conservative, Mandy will further the cause of freedom wherever she goes. Mandy, I wish you all the best. Thank you for your exemplary work. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we heard last night at the State of the Union address, President Biden's first 2 years delivered record-breaking number of new jobs. In total, 12 million new jobs were created for hardworking Americans. I repeat that, 12 million new jobs. That's as many jobs in 2 years as any president has created in a 4-year term. America also has seen the lowest unemployment rate at 3.4% since 54 years ago. The Biden administration fought hard to deliver big results for Medicare and other programs to help seniors and working families. Democrats were able to make changes that will help millions of Americans by lowering prescription drug prices for Medicare patients. The following improvements have also taken place. Insulin has been capped at $35 per month for Medicare patients. Mr. Chair, that strikes home because we have a lot of diabetes in my own family. Medicare can now negotiate the prices of high-cost drugs, which further drops prices. We also provide additional free vaccines, including shingles, pneumonia, and hepatitis under the Medicare program. And on top of all this, we expanded the Affordable Care Act, which will lower premiums for 13 million Americans. The President's economic agenda is generating investments across the country and revitalizing communities left behind. We are giving families more breathing room and standing up for workers by banning non-compete agreements, rewarding work, not wealth, and fighting to ensure that everyone can earn a living wage. For the next 2 years, Democrats will work together to fight for our hardworking families. The President knows that we must finish the job with affordable child care, home care, sick leave, paid leave, and the child tax credit. We must put people over politics, solutions over rhetoric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commemorate Zach Didier, a beloved member of our community in Rockland who tragically passed away from fentanyl shortly after Christmas Day a little over 2 years ago in 2020. I'd also like to take a moment to introduce the American people to Zach's parents, Laura Didier and Chris Didier, who are with us today in the gallery. I was honored to have Laura and Chris as my guests for last night's State of the Union. They have worked tirelessly to honor Zach's life through raising awareness of the fentanyl crisis and have undoubtedly saved many lives. This is Zach. He was 17 years old, a senior at Whitney High School. He was an Eagle Scout, a soccer player, star of the high school musical, straight-A student. He had just applied to college, and his parents had to go through the gut-wrenching experience of watching acceptance envelopes arrive from California's leading universities. I'd like to take a moment to offer a moment of silence to honor the memory and life of Zach Didier. Zach had no history of drug use. He was the type of young man that parents hope their child will become, and I know how proud of him Chris and Laura are. His story shows that the poison of fentanyl is a risk to everyone. No community is safe from it. No family can be unaware of the danger. Fentanyl has become the leading cause of death for Americans ages 18 to 45. More than car accidents, more than suicides, more than anything. Over 73,000 Americans died from fentanyl in this past year. That amounts to 200 deaths a day, about 1 every 7 minutes. The lethality of fentanyl is unlike any other drug. It's about 100 times more potent than morphine. 2 milligrams, or the amount that fits on the tip of a pencil, is a deadly dose. And it's now very commonly added to street pills, such that 98% of pills sold on the street are fake, and by some estimates, 60% have the potential to be lethal. Many of the victims are teenagers, young people, people with no prior drug use. And there are many causes connected to this, of course. Mental health, teenagers who are just stressed with the stresses of school, certainly the isolation during the whole COVID era. They often purchase these fake pills on social media, over the internet. The dealers sometimes drive and deliver them straight to the victims' homes. So what can we do? Well, the first and most important thing, perhaps, is to continue to raise awareness. Many Americans aren't aware of the severity of this crisis until it's too late. Chris and Laura Didier have done 45 school assemblies this year alone, reaching tens of thousands of students and families, and have saved many lives, I know, in the process. Every school across the country needs to have a strategy for making students and family aware of the dangers. Secondly, we need to do much more to prevent fentanyl from flowing into this country. We know that the southern border is a primary source. In 2022 alone, the DEA seized 379 million lethal doses of fentanyl. That is enough to kill every single American. Securing the border would diminish the availability of fentanyl, make it more difficult to traffic into the United States. Finally, we need to hold dealers accountable. We need appropriate criminal laws to punish those who peddle life-ending pills to unsuspecting victims. We need to have consequences that are commensurate with the gravity, the evil of the offense, to deter those who would prey on innocent Americans. This requires state and federal governments to revisit their drug laws in many cases. It also requires prosecutors to make full use of the tools at their disposal. I want to applaud Placer County District Attorney Morgan Geyer from my district, who's provided a roadmap by charging fentanyl dealers with murder, because that's what it is. The good news is we are seeing growing momentum for addressing this crisis with the seriousness that it deserves and requires. And I'm grateful that President Biden devoted a portion of his State of the Union address to addressing it. I'm grateful that Chris and Laura Didier were here last night to see that, because they have played such a large role in working with many other families who have lost loved ones in raising public consciousness. So now, Mr. Speaker, is the time that we need to follow words with action. I look forward to working with the President and everyone in this Congress on a bipartisan basis to help our country turn the corner on this crisis. Thank you, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week was National Gun Violence Survivors Week, when we reflect on the toll that gun violence takes on all of us. It is disgraceful enough that our Republican colleagues are unwilling to confront gun violence as the leading cause of death among American children. But last week, several members of this body chose to mock the sober week by wearing assault rifle pins. Those members paraded through the halls of Congress and on this floor, celebrating the weapon of choice for military combatants, mass murderers, and those who have fetishized the Second Amendment. This shameless gesture was received loud and clear by Americans, including a mother in my district who recently lost her son to gun violence. She called my office after seeing those members, distraught by their casual cruelty and their dangerous promotion of violence. I rise today as the voice in Congress for that broken-hearted mother to make this very clear. House Democrats are united in the fight to end senseless gun violence. We want to advance real solutions, and we will always stand up to extremist behavior that threatens the safety of our communities. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a constituent whose decades of public health service have made our community stronger. Betsy Walls is being recognized by the CDC and Prevention as a public health emergency preparedness trailblazer from Pennsylvania. She's one of 48 Americans being recognized for their tireless work to protect our communities from a range of public health threats. Betsy's distinguished career in serving her community includes serving as a flight nurse for the Pennsylvania Air National Guard, where she retired as a lieutenant colonel. She spent 30 years at Delaware County Memorial Hospital, first as a staff nurse, then a head nurse, then an evening supervisor, and finally as director of staff education. And she served as director of personal health at the Chester County Health Department for 18 years. Betsy's commitment to ensuring our community is ready and able to respond to disasters has touched thousands of lives. Our community owes Betsy Wall an enormous debt of gratitude for the strong foundation she has built to keep our community strong and healthy for years to come. Mr. Speaker, the Philadelphia Eagles are headed to the Super Bowl this weekend, and I want to recognize the team's 2022 Changemaker Award winner, Dr. Ruth Abaya, an emergency physician at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and a scholar at the hospital's Center for Violence Prevention. As our country works to tackle gun violence, Dr. Abaya is on the front lines, treating the issue like the public health crisis that it is. In her role as program manager for the Injury Prevention Program at Philadelphia's Department of Health, she's helping to identify the most promising practices for violence prevention and intervention for young people in our region. A public health approach to gun violence requires a comprehensive, multifaceted response driven by research and data. It means a focus on prevention in addition to treatment. Dr. Abaya's work is moving us toward the solutions we need to face this crisis head-on and give our children brighter futures. I'm grateful for Dr. Abaya's dedication to making our community a safer place for everyone, and to the Philadelphia Eagles for their support for her program. And this weekend, go Birds. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jesus said, "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends." These words guided the life of the late Sam Johnson, who served the great state of Texas for 27 years in this House, 6 years in the Texas House, and nearly 7 years as a POW in the infamous Alcatraz Annex of the Hanoi Hilton. If you had the honor to shake Sam's broken hand, then you felt the permanent damage that he endured for our nation. Sam Johnson laid down his life for his friends throughout his life. It is an honor to serve in the House seat where he honorably served. Those words of Jesus guided me through my military career, through my introduction to the 118th Congress that first week, and they will continue to guide me, just as they did my friend, Sam Johnson. Our nation is facing tremendous uncertainty. Misguided policies are causing inflation, incentivizing criminals, promoting out-of-control spending, and projecting America as weak on the world stage. Now is the time for Congress to restore fiscal restraint, embrace family values, offer certainty to our citizens, and stand firm against tyranny that encroaches on freedom around the world. There is a model for our nation's leaders to follow. The Texas model provides a roadmap to guide this House in its effort to restore America's future. The Texas economy ranked 9th of all nations by GDP, ahead of countries like Canada, Australia, and Russia. The Texas delegation in Congress has the most Republican members because people are flocking to Texas for economic prosperity, improved quality of life, and greater opportunity. That description is the American dream, but that dream should not be limited by geography. Everything that is right about America can be found in Texas, from the feedlots in the Panhandle, where I grew up, to ports along the Gulf Coast, from farms in the Rio Grande Valley to the piney woods of East Texas, from the oil patch to military bases scattered across the state. Texas has agriculture, manufacturing, finance, defense, tourism, big cities and small towns. Texas has it all. Unfortunately, we also feel the pain of what is wrong with America, a flood of illegal immigrants crossing our border, along with drugs like fentanyl and victims of human trafficking. Texas families are hurting, just like other families across this great land. Crime is rising, inflation is still out of control, and children are being exploited right before our eyes. The day after the November election, pundits called the GOP weak. 2 months later, they called us crazy for working to restore the House to the way it operated for over 200 years. We worked until we achieved the rules that govern a Congress that now operates efficiently. I believe that standing shoulder to shoulder with Speaker McCarthy, this Congress, with these rules, will help lead America back to its place as a beacon to the free world. The GOP has not yet gained the trust of many Americans. My belief is that if we hold the line on spending, commit to defending our borders, and resolve to embrace the values of our forefathers, we will earn America's broad support. We, all of us right here in this chamber, wrestled over the rules a few weeks ago. We wrestled hard, just as Jim Jordan wrestled back in his day, and I am proud to say that this Congress is off to a pretty good start with bold leaders who are making a difference. The days ahead are days of promise. They will be long days with hard decisions and tough votes. But if we endeavor to embrace the encouraging words of Jesus, to sacrifice for our friends, I believe that we continue to be that shining example to the world. I submit to you that the struggle over ideals in this chamber is appropriate and it makes us stronger. The question is, will we hold the line, especially when attacked by those who oppose liberty? The preamble of our Constitution speaks of securing the blessings of liberty. Let's commit to holding the line, to standing together against those opposing American exceptionalism. Let our example to the American people and the world be our commitment to preserving liberty. Will we sacrifice? Will we lay down our lives for liberty? I pray we will. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Black history is American history. As Black History Month begins all across the country, we see radical right-wing elected officials attempting to whitewash American history and ban Black history from being taught in our classrooms. This is, Mr. Speaker, unmasked white supremacy at its core. You cannot teach the truth about American history without Black history. This should be alarming to many of us in this chamber, especially as we fight for more inclusive, multiracial democracy. I am reminded of the need for Congress to pass critical legislation like Congressman Bowman's African American History Act. It is now more important than ever and very timely that, again, we make sure that we teach our history accurately. The truth must always be taught and should inspire all of us to continue the march for freedom, equity, and justice for all. In the spirit of our civil rights leaders, our social justice seekers who came before us. We cannot, Mr. Speaker, rob our children of learning the role of systematic racism in our American history and how it continues to impact the lives of many of our neighbors across the country. This is how we support our communities to gain unity, to embrace diversity. It is critical that we tell the truth about our nation's past, and that includes reckoning with our history of racism, enslavement, segregation, and redlining in our communities, and even now with the Black Lives Matter movement in our country. This painting, Mr. Speaker, is called Critical Race Theory by Jonathan Harris, a local artist in Detroit. And it's a powerful, powerful reminder of the importance of teaching and preserving Black history. We cannot allow anyone to erase Black history and the powerful legacies of our civil rights warriors, many of which inspire me today. We cannot learn from our past if our past is no longer being taught in our education system. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz, for 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 40th anniversary of the CBYX Exchange Program. This unique program has had more than 26,000 American and German participants contributing to the cultural and political exchange among the citizens of our countries, tying us ever closer together. As co-chair of the German-American Caucus, my office is proud to host Paul Drexler. He is a 23-year-old that hails from the southwestern part of Germany. On August 9th last year, Paul and 74 other young professionals from Germany landed in Washington, D.C. to start an exchange year as part of the Congress Bundestag Youth Exchange. As the word exchange implies, 75 young Americans landed during the same time in Frankfurt, Germany. As part of the program, participants aged between 18 and 25 are placed from Alaska to Texas and New York City to Los Angeles. This diversity is reflected in the great variety of jobs that they're trained in. Whether bakers, mechanics, or tailors, the CBYX program is an ideal occasion to exchange knowledge, skills, and experience on a professional level as well. Nevertheless, it is the personal connections that emerge from the participants' immersion into daily life of their host communities. Many of PAL's fellows have already formed great bonds with their host families and classmates. Coincidentally, Clara, a participant of the 35th CBYX cohort, who also interned on the Hill, visited her initial and PAL's current host family last weekend in D.C. The CBYX program is jointly funded by the U.S. Congress and the German Bundestag. It is an extraordinary chance for young minds to learn about different perspectives and create a better understanding of these in their host and their home communities. Mr. Speaker, as the chairman of the German-American Caucus, I want to emphasize the importance of this program as it strengthens the bonds between our countries, not only on a governmental but on a civic level as well. The CBYX is an unprecedented exchange program and a great example of how cultural and political exchange among citizens can positively impact international relations in a different, more grassroots and hands-on way. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Mount Juliet to Kinzu Bridge Trail Club for winning Pennsylvania Trail of the Year. This section of the Knox and Kane Rail Trail in McKean County is a 7.8-mile trail. The former rail line now provides a level trail for walking, jogging, biking, and horseback riding. In winter months, cross-country skiing and snowmobiling are also popular. The Knox and Kane Rail Trail spans 4 counties in northern Pennsylvania and is a source of outdoor fun for the whole family, whether you are local or, quite frankly, a visitor passing through. The Pennsylvania Trail of the Year Award is given by the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources to help build enthusiasm and support for trails across the state and to raise public awareness about the value of Pennsylvania's land and water trail network. Mr. Speaker, Pennsylvania continues its tradition of being a leader in trail development by providing its citizens and visitors with more than 12,000 miles of trail. Congratulations to the Mount Juliet to Kinzu Bridge Trail Club for this tremendous accomplishment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise today to remind this body of the 5-year anniversary of the shooting at my high school, Marjory Stoneman Douglas, in my hometown of Parkland on February 14th. The 17 lives we lost that day. I remember that day like it was yesterday. My wife called. I was on the floor of the Florida legislature, and she told me that she had just passed the high school and she had never seen that many police officers in her life. We would soon find out that 17 people didn't make it out of the building, most of them children. I went home. I went to the school. I saw what it looks like when a mass shooting comes to your neighborhood. to your high school. I went to the hotel where they were keeping the families of the children that were missing. See, I knew they weren't missing. 8 hours, those families were in a hotel ballroom waiting to hear from the local police department and the FBI what floor their kid died on in the building. I didn't hear crying. I heard screaming. It haunts me. I brought my colleagues to the school from the Florida legislature, Republicans and Democrats. They got to see what it looks like when backpacks are piled up outside, when bullet holes are trying to go through classroom glass, what it looks like when homework is scattered in the hallway, and where there's blood outside the front door where someone passed away. These parents now have empty rooms in their homes, empty chairs at the dinner table. There's no graduation, there's no college, there's no wedding, there's no tomorrow, there is no future. My 4-year-old went to school right around the corner from Marjory Stoneman Douglas, one traffic light away. And he was in a writing class that day because he needed to learn how to write his name. The teacher that put him into a closet when they went into a lockdown procedure during the shooting was Jen Guttenberg, Fred Guttenberg's wife. She was protecting my son when her daughter Jamie was killed at Douglas. You see, my 4-year-old 5 years later is now 9. But Jamie and the other kids are forever the age they were. She's forever 14. On February 14th of this year, the 5-year anniversary of the shooting at Parkland, parents will do what they've been doing for the last 5 years, visiting their children at a cemetery. I remember the parents telling me that the only thing they did wrong that day was send their kid to school. That is not a statement, it's an indictment on us. Government failed those families that day. We did respond. We did pass the Marjory Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act. We did raise the age in Florida to buy any gun to 21. We did institute red flag laws that have been used 9,000 times since we put them there. We did place more school resource officers and mental health counselors in all of the high schools. We passed that on a bipartisan basis. We passed it with Democrats and Republicans. It was signed into law by a Republican governor who became a Republican senator. Not one Republican who voted for that law to make kids safe in school lost their reelection. Not one. I'm going to read the names into the record, Mr. Speaker, and then I'm going to use the rest of my time to take a moment of silence for the victims. Alyssa Aladeff, Martin Duque Anguiano, Scott Beagle, Nicholas Darwett, Aaron Feiss, Jamie Guttenberg, Chris Hickson, Luke Hoyer, Kara Loughran, Gina Montaldo, Joaquin Oliver, Elena Petty, Meadow Pollock, Helena Ramsey, Alex Schachter, Carmen Shemtrup, and Peter Wang. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order, and the prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Our help is in the name of the Lord who made heaven and earth. And so we call upon your holy name, O God, that you would hear our prayers in heaven and attend to our needs here on earth. For there are wars and rumors of wars overwhelming our news feed, including the ongoing conflict in places like Ukraine and South Sudan. Nations rise up against nation, and our hearts sink at the sight of the injustice and unrelenting warfare. We call upon your righteous name, O God, that you would hear our prayers in heaven and bring peace and justice to our world. We are horrified by the earthquake's merciless devastation in Turkey and Syria, and deeply saddened by the unprecedented famine in other regions across the globe. We call upon your powerful name, O God, that you would hear our prayers in heaven and be merciful to your people. Rescue them from this time of tribulation, and in your grace provide for them in their dire need. We confess that in our own families and communities and in this country, we seem to have turned from our faith in you and have betrayed one another in countless ways. Lawlessness has increased, and our love for you and our fellow human beings seems to have grown cold. We call upon your merciful name, O God, that you would hear our prayers in heaven and heal our land. May the gospel of your sovereignty serve as a testimony to us and to all nations, that once again we would call upon your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain Kibben. And the chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. And now the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee. Thank you. And the chair will now entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address our body for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today in response to the President's State of the Union address. While the State of the Union was a focus last night, today I'm more concerned about the state of the President. Just hours ago, the President of the United States stood in this very room right behind me and told one of the greatest tales that I've seen in modern history, attempting to tout optimism, curbed inflation, and secure a nation. However, this flailing, incompetent chief executive ran from the fact that he welcomed more than 4 million illegal aliens into our sovereign nation. He reversed our energy independence. He let the Chinese spy balloon float entirely over our nation with impunity, flying over Whiteman Air Force Base, home of the B-2 stealth bomber. The state of our union is strong. The state of our president is weak. We don't need more yelling, Mr. President. We need more healing in America. Some 40 years ago, President Ronald Reagan said, it's time for us to reassert our trust in God. It's time for us to realize that we need him more than he needs us. It's time to turn to God for the healing of America. Let's get about the business of healing America. Thank you. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. And for what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
As a 34-year-old woman, I can tell you that affordable and accessible childcare is a top priority for my generation. But the problem isn't that millennials can't budget or that we're eating too much avocado toast. It's that the cost of childcare has skyrocketed, if you can even find it. In San Diego, the average annual cost for childcare for one infant in a licensed center is more than $19,000, which is out of reach for most middle and low-income families. And it's not any easier for providers who are in one of the lowest paid professions in the country and struggle to make ends meet and keep their doors open. The free market hasn't fixed the childcare crisis, and small or temporary fixes just aren't good enough. That's why I'm proud to introduce the Child Care for Every Community Act today with Senator Elizabeth Warren and Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill. Our bicameral legislation would guarantee access to childcare that's affordable for every family, and it would support childcare workers in their incredibly important work. We need big, wholesale changes to our social safety net to support kids and families, starting with the Childcare for Every Community Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I ask the chair for unanimous consent on a 1-minute speech, please.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I come to the floor today to talk about a very special constituent from Florida's 7th Congressional District. Eugene Henleben was born in St. Louis 100 years ago on February 7th. He served our great nation on a PT boat during the Second World War and on an aircraft carrier in the Korean War. After the war, Eugene moved to Chicago, where he met his beautiful wife. They married in 1950 and had 3 children they raised in Glenview, Illinois. He spent most of his civilian career working as an engineer, and in 1992, he moved to the great city of Longwood, Florida, where he has lived ever since. Today, I'm honored to recognize Eugene's service to our country and celebrate an incredible milestone in his life. Our nation's veterans are the backbone of this country. And to Eugene, I want to say thank you for your incredible service, your sacrifice, the 2 wars that you fought for this nation. I wish you many more years to come with your family, and I thank you for your time and your dedication. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For a year and a half now, people in Texas who are able to do so have been traveling out of state to obtain abortion care. And now that 15 other states have banned abortion, more people are traveling even further to get the reproductive health care they need. In response to the exercise of this constitutional right to travel, lawmakers and others in Texas and in states across the country are threatening to take away that right too. These threats fail not only to reflect the will of the majority of people in this country, these threats fail to recognize the fundamental rights of Americans guaranteed in our Constitution. Congress has the authority and the responsibility to protect people from these unconstitutional efforts to prevent, restrict, impede, or otherwise punish a person traveling to another state to obtain a legal abortion, and to protect healthcare providers and others who assist that person. Last week, I reintroduced the Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act, which passed this House last year, with Congresswoman Marilyn Strickland and Congressman Jamie Raskin and more than 150 original co-sponsors. And Madam Speaker, I urge the House to pass this bill once again to protect this fundamental right.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House in 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today in support of House Joint Resolution 26, disapproving the actions of the District of Columbia Council in approving the revised Criminal Code Act of 2022. As a former federal prosecutor and circuit court judge, I know firsthand how important it is for criminal penalties to reflect the seriousness of a crime and to ensure the safety of our communities. Despite surging crime rates, the D.C. Council seeks to reduce the maximum sentences for violent crimes, such as carjacking and robberies, and enact procedural changes that will overburden the courts. This will undermine law enforcement, and it is contrary to the actual needs of the residents and visitors to our nation's capital. Republicans are committed to data-driven criminal justice policies that will strengthen our courts and law enforcement, combat rising crime rates, and protect our communities. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of this important measure to put an end to these policies and make Washington safe for all Americans.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1
Without
Rising
objection, the
Senator.
gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last night, President Biden gave his interpretation of the state of our union. But after hearing his version, one thing's clear. Our president lives in an alternative reality. We all know the problems: crippling inflation and soaring interest rates, making it harder to save money and do business, an open border with nearly 5 million illegal crossings since this administration took office, a drug and crime crisis harming our communities, and a more dangerous world with feckless leadership out of the White House, from a botched Afghanistan withdrawal to an emboldened CCP. The fact is, Americans know the real state of our union every time they buy groceries, put gas in their tanks, can't find baby formula or medications, or lose a loved one to the fentanyl pouring over our border. That's why Americans elected House Republicans last November to bring change back to Washington. We've already gotten to work by passing legislation to defund 87,000 IRS agents, establish a select committee to compete with China, halt the COVID vaccine mandate for service members, and end the national emergency, fully reopening the Capitol to the American people. But we're just getting started, and to use the words of President Biden, House Republicans plan to finish the job the right way for the American people. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Permission to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Biden administration continues their all-out assault on the Second Amendment, as evidenced by the president's call just last night in this very chamber for banning weapons he finds objectionable. Democrats believe that the government should decide your God-given constitutionally protected rights. Their new ATF rule, published in the Federal Register, further threatens the rights of law-abiding citizens. It treats individuals who own pistols with stabilizing braces as if they possess illegal short-barrel rifles, and it forces them to surrender them to the federal government. If they don't surrender them, they're retroactively declared criminals for what was then a lawful purchase, and they now face up to 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. This is just another example of the Washington knows best elites who are out of touch with everyday Americans. So I introduced the Pistol Act to block the ATF from redefining pistol braces as short-barreled rifles. My legislation provides a simple statutory definition of a pistol and would prevent the Biden administration from improperly classifying pistol braces or regulating them by decree or fiat. The Second Amendment is not subject to bureaucratic interpretation, and we've got to continue to fight to protect the God-given, constitutionally protected rights of all Americans. And I yield back, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The wallets of South Carolinians and all Americans have been negatively affected by the destructive decisions of Biden and the Democrat-led Congress destroying jobs. However, through the leadership of Governor Henry McMaster, with the largest Republican supermajorities in South Carolina in 150 years, South Carolina has achieved a record surplus of over $3.5 billion in unexpected revenue for the year. Last week, in the State of the State address by Governor McMaster, he stated that 2022 was the most successful year for economic growth in our state's history. The governor announced 120 projects valued at over $10 billion, creating 14,000 new jobs. Governor Jim Edwards recruited Michelin. Governor Carol Campbell recruited BMW. Governor David Beasley promoted Workfare. And Governor Nikki Haley saved Boeing. South Carolina remains a shining example for America. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. Our support for the appreciated ally Turkey, which has been so devastated by the earthquake.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in memory of a great Ohioan, Minnie Wood, who recently passed away at her York Township homestead. Minnie lived an incredible life. She was born in Finland and in 1930 and survived the Russo-Finnish War of 1939 and 1940. As a young girl, she actually had to ski to school wearing white robes to hide from the Russian bombers that flew overhead. Miney immigrated to the United States in her early 20s, but she met her husband, Dee, aboard a ship during a visit to her native Finland. The couple eventually settled in the York Township, where they raised their children in what they described as, and I happen to agree with them, a beautiful, idyllic rural community. We learned so much from Miney about survival, about taking chances, and about finding joy in life's simple pleasures. Ohio and America are less with her loss. My thoughts and prayers are with Miney's family as they grieve the loss of this amazing woman. Thank you, and I yield back.
Well, seeing no other members seeking recognition, pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 185.
Without objection, pursuant to House Resolution 97 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 185. The chair appoints a gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 185, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to terminate the requirement imposed by the Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention for proof of COVID-19 vaccination for foreign travelers and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or the respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky to begin debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in support of H.R. 185, which provides another opportunity to recognize COVID-19 as an endemic and move our country back to normal. Last week, we had a couple of bills dealing with COVID. One vaccine mandate for healthcare workers, which is the only CMS vaccine mandated for healthcare workers, and my bill to declare the emergency over. President Biden actually did announce that the emergency is going to be over May the 11th. So we have a lot of work to do moving forward. Now we move forward to ask for support for H.R. 185, which provides another opportunity for us to move our country back to normal. H.R. 185, introduced by Mr. Massey, a member of this committee and a fellow Kentuckian, member of the Rules Committee and a fellow Kentuckian, it would finally put an end to CDC's requirement for international travelers to show proof of COVID-19 vaccination before entering the United States through flying to this country. The bill would also prevent CDC from implementing any similar mandates to show proof of COVID-19 vaccination to enter the United States through air. This policy is out of touch with the rest of the world. The U.S. is the only country in North America with this requirement, and most other countries have no testing or vaccination requirements at all. Also, the Biden administration fails to provide exceptions for religious or moral reasons. As with other vaccine mandates, this requirement will not end on May the 11th, and thus far, the administration has not indicated any plans to change it. It is long past due to end this mandate. Doing so will align the United States with the rest of North America's COVID-19 vaccine policy for people coming into the country and recognize COVID-19 is an endemic rather than a pandemic. Further, this will serve as an important check and balance against President Biden's overreaching policies by requiring the President to come to Congress in order to enact similar policies in the future. I support this bill. I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to H.R. 185, which once again prioritizes politics over science at the expense of the health of the American people. To date, COVID-19 has killed more than 1 million of our fellow Americans. Families have been changed forever. Fortunately, today we have vaccines, tests, and treatments that have put the darkest days of the pandemic behind us. But we can't forget that COVID still kills 500 Americans every day. Variants of concern continue to emerge, and therefore we must be vigilant and data-driven in monitoring any uptick in cases. We must follow the science and the guidance of our public health experts. We are not done with COVID, or rather, COVID is not done with us, and ending all of our protections and public health measures without a reasoned discussion is downright dangerous. Unfortunately, that is exactly what House Republicans continue to do week after week, bringing bills to the floor that are nothing but political stunts and put politics over science. And this is the latest dangerous stunt. H.R. 185 would terminate the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's order that requires proof of COVID-19 vaccination for foreign air passengers entering the United States. Vaccination is protective against severe illness and death from COVID-19. It reduces the impact of COVID-19 on our healthcare infrastructure, including hospital capacity and healthcare provider staffing. And that's why the CDC order was put in place and why I continue to believe that our public health experts are best positioned to make these kinds of determinations. This bill would permit unvaccinated individuals to freely enter the United States, even as variants continue to emerge around the world, potentially increasing the risk of circulating new variants of concern. This could potentially stretch our healthcare resources just as our hospitals, providers, and public health infrastructure tries to rebuild. In addition, H.R. 185 would also prohibit the CDC from issuing any successor or subsequent orders to require COVID-19 vaccination for foreign travelers in the future as well. This is dangerous and ties the hands of our public health experts to the political whims of the most ideologically extreme in a way that makes our nation less safe and more vulnerable in the future. So imagine if a dangerous new variant that was highly contagious appeared somewhere in the world. This Republican bill would prevent CDC from restricting people from entering the nation who are not vaccinated. This simply defies logic, but it's unfortunately what happens when you have an extreme Republican majority that is more interested in rushing these bills to the floor as political stunts without any consideration of the implications. There have been no committee hearings to hear from experts on what this bill could mean for the American people, and without any input from Democratic members who remain willing to have reasoned discussions about moving beyond the immediate emergency of COVID-19. And this is also the second bill in just 2 weeks in which Republicans have sought to question the safety and efficacy of the COVID vaccines, despite the unequivocal scientific consensus that COVID-19 vaccination is protective against severe illness and death. And I've now sat through 2 Rules Committee debates and 2 floor debates in the House of Representatives where some Republicans have sought to undermine vaccine confidence and contend that vaccines aren't safe and effective. This is extremely dangerous. It's also deeply disappointing that we have to continue to have these discussions instead of coming together to encourage all Americans to get their vaccinations to protect themselves and their loved ones against severe illness. And that's why I'm also disappointed that the Rules Committee and its Republican majority barred consideration of an amendment by Mark Takano from California, which would have made clear that nothing in this bill shall be construed to cast doubt on the safety and efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines. This would have sent a strong message for us to come together on a bipartisan basis and make clear that this bill is not intended to disparage vaccines and that the House of Representatives stands in support of science and reason. It's telling that the Rules Committee chose not to make this amendment in order. It is a sad sign that my Republican colleagues continue to cater to the most extremist members of their caucus who would rather spread COVID misinformation than come together to encourage vaccination as our best path out of this pandemic. Now, Democrats, Mr. Chairman, understand that we're entering a new phase of our response to COVID-19 and believe it is reasonable to reconsider some of the pandemic-related policies and whether they're still necessary. But instead of rushing partisan bills like this to the floor, we're willing to have bipartisan conversations on a path forward. However, we will never, and I stress never, call into question the safety and efficacy of vaccines. We will not undermine the expertise of our public health officials or put politics over science. Unfortunately, this bill does just that, and for that reason, I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I reserve back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will yield 5 minutes to my good friend from Kentucky. We have a great privilege of sharing Bardstown and Nelson County in our districts. I will yield him 5 minutes for the bill, to speak on the bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Kentucky. Oh, it's interesting to hear the other side of the aisle talk about logic. What we're talking about today is whether to repeal the vaccine mandate on international travelers. Well, what's the logic of having a vaccine mandate on legal international travelers, but not on the millions of people who are pouring across our border? Where's the logic in that? I don't see any logic. It's time for us to join the rest of the free world. You want a list of countries that don't have this mandate? Australia, Japan, Mexico, Canada, Spain, Germany, France, Ukraine. I could go on and on. Am I memorizing a list of countries? No. I'm telling you basically all of the countries in the world. In fact, dictatorships have already gotten rid of this vaccine mandate. Russia, Syria, China, Cuba even doesn't have this draconian xenophobic measure at the border. Let's talk about the State of the Union last night. The president said, "Today, COVID no longer controls our lives." Gee, I wish that were true. I wish that were true. Here's a letter I received. Now, it's from a foreigner who's related to Americans. Dear sir, and I'm an Australian. My daughter married an American in September of 2020. My wife and I were not allowed to visit for the wedding. Subsequently, due to the U.S. ban on unvaccinated arrivals, I have not seen my daughter in over 2 years. I appreciate your attempts at overturning this harsh rule. I am sure I speak for many separated families. Yes, he does. He speaks for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people who've been separated at our border because of this ridiculous, illogical, unscientific policy. What else did the president say in his State of the Union last night? We opened our country back up. Well, we need to tell all the tourism industry that we've opened our country back up, because the U.S. Travel Association has stated this week, just this week, that it cost over $90 billion. This one policy has cost over $90 billion of revenue, of income to this country in tourism. And that's why they support getting rid of this ridiculous mandate. Now, what's the Democrats' argument over there? I've heard it already. I see they're very smug and smiling. They bleat about democracy. They bleat on and on about democracy. Is this democracy? Their best argument, virtually their only argument, is right here in the Whip's Daily Preview on the Democrat side. House Democrats have been stalwart in their defense of following science over playing with politics with COVID-19. The decision to end vaccine requirements for global travelers should be made by the public health experts with real-time understanding of the situation. Hamstringing agencies from responding to ongoing and future threats that could impact the health and economic stability of America undermines our nation. They are arguing that they are not qualified to vote on laws that affect the most basic human rights of people in this country and people wishing to visit this country. Imagine that, working so hard to get elected, preaching about democracy, and then getting here and saying, really, you know what, I don't think we should be voting on this because, well, I think the bureaucrats are probably more qualified than we are. The science is hard. Science is hard. That is basically their argument. Okay, so let's take their argument. Let's listen to the scientists, on the bureaucrats. What does the World Health Organization, what does the collection of global scientists say about this policy? Well, and this is real time because it was January 30th, 2023. They had a meeting, and they said, number 6 in their recommendations, continue to adjust any remaining international travel-related measures based on risk assessment and to not require proof of vaccination against COVID-19 as a prerequisite for international travel. Well, they love global government. You think they would appeal to the science over there, would appeal to the World Health Organization, but if that doesn't work, let's listen to our own CDC, who said in August of last year, that we should, people shouldn't be, that people, if you're deciding to quarantine or mask or any of these other things, it shouldn't be done with respect to vaccination status. In other words, there's enough natural immunity, and there was in August, for the CDC to say we shouldn't discriminate based on vaccination status when determining policy. And I'll just close with this. Let's not be hypocrites. We were all in this room last night, hundreds of us, with hundreds of visitors, and none of us were under a vaccine mandate. So repeal this vaccine mandate, vote for H.R. 185, and support the bill. I yield back.
I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I just yield myself 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Again, I am not surprised, I guess, but when the gentleman from Kentucky talks about human rights, and then he gives the list of the countries that don't mandate vaccines that include Iran, Russia, Cuba, Syria, China. These are not countries that care much about human rights. And as I said before in the Rules Committee, you know, Republicans always talk about America first. We have the best healthcare, public health experts in the world, in my opinion. The CDC is so much better than any of the healthcare organizations, in my opinion, certainly than our adversaries like Russia or Cuba or China, but even for the other countries that are mentioned. And I understand, you know, the World Health Organization is out there, but I think we should be listening to the public health experts in our country and not worrying about some of these other countries that are our adversaries. And you know, I would be very concerned about people coming from places like Russia, China, and Cuba not being vaccinated because of the lack of attention to public health in those countries. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, my good friend, Mr. Billericus.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. I rise in strong support of H.R. 185, which will lift the CDC's burdensome mandates for international travelers into the United States. Frankly, I can't believe the mandate is still here. But I talk to my constituents who have family that want to come to the United States, international travelers, and they can't come because they don't want to take the vaccine, and that's their right. So we need to lift this. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Massey, so well put, for his leadership on this particular piece of legislation. This past week, my colleagues and I on the ENC committee have held hearings and markups focused on competitiveness versus China, ensuring American companies lead the globe. This morning, we also held a long overdue oversight hearing with the CDC, and I challenged them to think of the impacts their mandates are having to the travel and tourism section. The Biden administration's onerous vaccine mandates for workers, citizens, and international travelers has been disastrous for our economy and have done very little to mitigate public health concerns, as my colleague stated. Republicans have made it clear we are tired of mandates and over-regulation. This legislation will remove these mandates so travel can resume into the country and we can make our nation competitive again on the international stage. We have the Brand USA program that advertises our nation's hidden treasures, and they're everywhere. But the travel sector hasn't been able to be fully unleashed thanks to the CDC. And we know historically that the industry in my home state of Florida, but it's not just my home state, but my home state of Florida has accounted for more than $80 billion in revenue and 1.5 million jobs annually. So let's get our economy back on track. This is it just makes so much sense, this particular bill. Let's remove this ridiculous mandate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. My friends on the other side of the aisle seem unconcerned about the threat of COVID-19 virus that it poses to public health. They've shown that consistently over the time of the pandemic. They've dismissed the severity of the virus. The president of the Republican Party, our previous president, dismissed it too and tried to claim that you could just solve it with a light bulb going into your body somewhere or drinking some type of Clorox. They've dismissed the science behind masking and social distancing. They've dismissed vaccinations. They've dismissed peer-reviewed science, and they've condemned Dr. Fauci, who's an American hero, who guided us through this pandemic that cost the lives of over 1 million Americans dying from COVID over the last 3 years. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention says there are over 500 Americans dying each day from COVID. I believe in science. I believe in specialists. I believe in doctors. CDC are the specialists here. My colleagues on the other side are very concerned about China, but now they're not concerned about China, which has one of the biggest COVID problems of any place in the globe, having visitors come to our nation without having been vaccinated. This is a threat to the health of the American people directly from China. They're concerned about China, but not now. I would submit most of my colleagues on the other side are vaccinated against COVID, vaccinated against polio, vaccinated against all types of diseases, but all of a sudden they don't want to have any authority to the CDC to protect us from countries that don't have vaccination requirements. Science first. Dollars and cents, S-E-N-S-E. That's what we ought to have. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I yield, I just want to point out that this doesn't do anything to undo the restrictions on people traveling from China. As a matter of fact, the Rules Committee made an amendment in order that will pass today, and hope my friends will support it, that will reiterate that this doesn't have anything to do, this doesn't do anything to undo the restrictions on people traveling from China. I will now yield 2 minutes to my good friend from the Healthcare Subcommittee, the Vice Chair, Dr. Bouchon.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 185. I want to say as a physician, I do support the science, and the previous speaker is on the wrong side of it. He's ignoring the science. It is unfortunate but not surprising that the Biden administration is failing to acknowledge the foolishness of requiring proof of COVID-19 vaccination for international travelers. We know that while the current COVID-19 vaccines are highly effective at preventing severe disease and death, they don't provide sterilizing immunity and prevent vaccinated individuals from becoming infected or from transmitting COVID-19. I want to say, I'm vaccinated. I wish everyone would be. Thus, continuing to oppose this vaccine mandate causes unnecessary harm to our nation's tourism industry, which has already suffered for more than 3 years. Beyond that, it damages our image as a nation whose laws and policies are guided by the principles of freedom and backed by science. President Biden's continued insistence that international visitors be vaccinated appears to be virtue signaling, in my view, because the scientific evidence does not support the claim that vaccination prevents the spread of the virus. Our neighbors in Canada and Mexico, our allies across the Atlantic in the UK and France, and many more countries around the world are declining to require proof of vaccination for international travelers. In addition to ignoring the needs of business and communities that rely on tourism, these requirements make us look ludicrous on the world stage. For example, last year we blocked the #1 ranked tennis player in the world, Novak Djokovic, from entering the country to compete in the U.S. Open. Do we really think that blocking one individual from the country is going to have any real impact on the spread of COVID-19? I strongly believe COVID-19 vaccines are safe and very effective at reducing harmful effects of the virus, and again, I recommend vaccination. But it's nonsensical that we're driving away foreign nationals who want to compete, visit loved ones, conduct business, or simply take in the amazing sights our country has to offer. That is why I support this legislation and why I believe the U.S. needs to lift this requirement now. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield now 3 minutes to a member of our Energy and Commerce Committee, Dr. Schreier, the gentlewoman from Washington State.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our healthcare workforce is stretched to capacity after having spent now 3 years on the front lines of the pandemic, and add to that recent spikes in RSV and flu. Our hospitals have been overpacked with a shortage of available beds and a real worry, and sometimes a reality, that there won't be room in a hospital if we get sick or injured. And due to stress and burnout, hospitals across the country are experiencing staff shortages. What healthcare workers and hospital workers really don't need right now is more stress on an already stressed system. And that's exactly what this bill will do. As we all know, and as I can tell you as a pediatrician, people who are not vaccinated have a significantly higher risk of being hospitalized if they contract COVID. So why in the world would we invite people from around the world to come visit the United States without that protection and then put our hospital systems at further risk of overcrowding and collapse? Not to mention the higher risk of getting and spreading the disease around our country or even potentially bringing new variants to our shores. Vaccination is safe. I speak as a doctor. It is effective about keeping people out of hospitals and curbing transmission. And we should rightly expect that those traveling to the United States get immunized, because we should not risk further stressing an already strained healthcare system. You know, it was only a few months ago when hospitals in my state, in Washington state, were full, and patients with life-threatening illnesses, bleeds, life-threatening injuries had to be flown to distant cities to get care. And whatever we can do to prevent that from happening again, we should do. And making sure we get vaccinated and insisting that those visiting our country get vaccinated helps do just that. Public health decisions should be made by doctors and public health professionals based on data, not by members of Congress for political expediency. This bill is a political stunt. It has no basis in science. It fails to recognize the reality that our hospitals are facing right now and that any one of us might face if a loved one needs a hospital bed and that bed is not available. I ask unanimous consent to add the text of this amendment to the record. Please leave public health decisions to public health professionals. I yield back.
The insertion will be covered by general leave. The gentleman from Reserves and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank my friend and colleague from Kentucky for his leadership on this bill. I just want to remind everyone here today that the year is 2023. It's not 2020, and yet many of our COVID policies are still based on numbers from almost 3 years ago. This vaccine requirement for international travelers is a prime example. Countries all around the world realize this and are rolling back their own border restrictions. I'd also like to point out that this vaccine requirement is not part of the emergency declarations that are scheduled to end in May. This means that vaccine requirements could still stay in effect for an indefinite period of time. Come May, it's possible we won't even have a public health emergency at all. We won't have a national emergency, but our friends and family from, say, for example, Canada, would still have to show proof of vaccination when flying in to visit their relatives. We don't even require our own citizens to be vaccinated or show a negative test, so why would we do that and create a different standard for folks that are visiting? This only causes confusion for Americans who are told 1 minute that they're safe and don't have to fear COVID, and yet we continue these pandemic requirements. I'm here today to tell the American people that despite the mixed messages emanating from the White House, I believe we are safe. And in the words of President Biden, the pandemic is in fact over. I'm proud to co-sponsor this common sense bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 185, and with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, again, the previous Republican speaker said that we're confusing the public, and I think it's they that are, in fact, confusing the public. We're hearing all kinds of anti-vaccine misinformation on the floor and the rules. And I just think it's important to note that CDC, FDA, and nearly all health professionals are near unanimous in recommending that people get vaccinated and that vaccines are safe and effective. I just think it's very damaging for the public to constantly hear from members on the other side of the aisle about potential problems with vaccination. because then people think that they shouldn't get vaccinated. And I know what your position is, that you don't want it to be mandated, which of course I disagree because of what public health experts say for foreign travelers. But please don't continue to give misinformation. There's over 500 people that die every day from COVID. COVID is still here. COVID continues to spread. The variants could come up and spread at any moment. And so we should not give the impression that people should not take vaccines. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to a member of the Health Subcommittee, the gentlewoman from Iowa, Dr. Miller Meeks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for yielding me time. I rise in strong support of H.R. 185 to end the international travel COVID vaccine mandate. I am a doctor, and unlike my colleague on the other side of the aisle, I'm also a former director of the Iowa Department of Public Health, so I'm speaking for public health. The vast majority of Americans are either vaccinated or have natural immunity. There is no recognition of natural immunity by continuing the COVID-19 vaccine mandate for travelers into the United States. This is, as previously alluded, not 2020, it is 2023. This timely measure nullifies the CDC's order that restricts non-citizen entry to the United States unless the traveler can prove they are vaccinated against COVID-19. It doesn't say to prove immunity or prove testing negative. Mr. Speaker, it is time to move forward. Entry restrictions were necessary during the early stages and the height of the pandemic, but that was when we as a nation were still learning the details of the virus and experiencing soaring death and hospitalization rates. Now, over 95% of Americans have various forms of immunity, whether from vaccination or prior infection, and health professionals have deep knowledge of the coronavirus that has led to multiple vaccines and therapeutics. People have returned to work, children to schools, and Americans have resumed international travel at pre-pandemic rates. Some of the countries with the most stringent lockdown and protocols, Canada, Australia, and Germany, all have eliminated their severe entry restrictions, all have suspended their vaccine requirements. It is time that we as a nation do the same. This does not mean that we do not still have circulating virus. We are aware of that, but it is time for the mandate for travelers entering the United States to end. Republicans and Democrats should be able to agree that the pandemic is over. President Biden even said so himself. House Republicans will continue to move our country past the pandemic, which is exactly what this bill does. I urge my colleagues as a public health professional to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I, at this time, don't have additional speakers, so if you do, I'll reserve. I couldn't hear.
I have 2 or 3 additional.
Then I'll continue to reserve, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank my friend, Mr. Massey, for introducing this bill. And I'm listening to some of the arguments on the Democrat side here today, and I hear about vaccine conspiracies, and I'm not hearing that over here. In fact, I'm vaccinated. I have the boosters. I think it was important to do that. I'm proud of what we were able to get done through Operation Warp Speed. We protected many Americans. But I don't understand the argument that this has anything to do with vaccine conspiracies. I was contacted by a constituent, Hunter McBride, who informed me that this particular mandate that almost no one else in the world has in place is keeping his family separated. This is keeping his kids from seeing their grandparents. He is from the district that I represent in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. He happened to be studying in Australia for his PhD when the pandemic started, and his wife is an Australian citizen, and they share 3 beautiful children. Because of this short-sighted policy, Hunter and his family have been unable to move back home to Lancaster County to be with the rest of their extended family here, simply because of the family's vaccination and immigration status. I contacted the CDC on behalf of the family and was told that the agency still believes that COVID vaccines, not testing, not quarantining, is necessary to protect public safety, despite the fact that President Biden has said the pandemic is over. 147 countries including Canada, UK, Italy, France, Australia, South Korea, and many others, are totally open to tourists regardless of their vaccination status. Another 57 nations allow tourists to take a COVID test or quarantine if they're unvaccinated. The worst of this pandemic is clearly over. There is no reason that the CDC should continue to discriminate against tourists or residents who, for health or religious reasons, do not wish to receive the COVID vaccine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield myself 1 minute, Mr.
The gentleman is
Chairman.
recognized.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, let me just make it clear. I have not used the word conspiracy. I am not suggesting there's a conspiracy on the other side of the aisle. What I just resent is the fact that I do not hear any of my colleagues on the other side, on the Republican side, get up and say that vaccines are safe and effective and people should take them. We had an amendment by Mr. Takano before the Rules Committee, which would have made it clear that nothing in this bill shall be construed to cast doubt on the safety and efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines. This would send a strong message to us that we should come together on a bipartisan basis and make clear that this bill is not intended to disparage vaccines and that the House of Representatives stands in support of science and reason. But my colleagues refuse to say that. It's not a question of a conspiracy. It's a question of, I believe, your obligation to tell the American people that they should be vaccinated, or that at least that the vaccines are safe and effective in most cases. But you don't do that. And so the misconception is out there. It's not a conspiracy, but it's a misconception that vaccines are not safe. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to close if you want to close. Okay.
Kentucky reserves, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Again, this is the third in a series of bills over the last 2 weeks that tries to roll back the protections that the federal government has put in place to try to stop the pandemic. Now, granted, the pandemic, we've had a lot of success. I mean, President Biden for the last 2 years in terms of promoting vaccines and testing and all kinds of public health protections. COVID is on the wane. The number of people dying, the number of people hospitalized, all that is on the wane. And he has said that he's planning on May 11th to lift the public health emergency. But all I have been saying, and all the Democrats have been saying for the last 2 weeks on all these bills is, let's go by the science. Let's be reasonable about this. Let's not assume that we can let foreign travelers in and not be vaccinated. Let's not assume that it's a good thing for public health workers not to be vaccinated. Let's not make a decision to end the public health emergency immediately. Let's leave it up to the agencies and the expertise, which again, I believe are the best in the world. I'm not interested in what Russia does or Cuba does or some of these other countries that are mentioned, because we have the best experts in the world. And if anybody denies that, I'll prove it to them that we do. The bottom line is that as Democrats, we understand that the pandemic is on the wane, but we don't want to rush to make decisions or force decisions, if you will, on our public health experts that could be detrimental or make it difficult and tie their hands. One of the things that's in this bill, and there are going to be a series of amendments now to deal with this, is to say that not only is this vaccine mandate eliminated, but that the CDC can't even make any other types of mandates like that in the future. That is very dangerous to make that, to tie their hands when we don't know exactly where COVID and the variants are going to be going in the next few months or the next few years. It's a mistake to do that. And so we'll hear about some of these amendments that I think that are really important. But the bottom line is this is a bad bill. It continues this policy of basically eliminating the protections that we've been trying to put in place, that we've had in place, and that have helped us get beyond the COVID pandemic for the most part. So I would urge my colleagues, for the sake of science, for the sake of helping the people, for the sake of public health, to vote no on this legislation. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Chair, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had several members that were talking, saying that they were vaccinated and encouraged people to be vaccinated. I actually did my vaccination on Facebook to encourage people to be vaccinated. The question is it a choice or requirement to move forward? And so I'm not here to disparage the vaccine at all. I just think it should be people's choices. We clarify that was brought up. I want to reiterate again, this does not affect any of the entry requirements that have been put on people coming from China. There will be an amendment in the package to reinforce that it doesn't do anything to move forward. And the question is, we had a hearing earlier today, and for the first time I heard there's actually a plan to try to unwind the emergency pandemic. That's the first time I heard today. We've been asking for that for a year. So we want to move these bills forward because other countries have started opening up. Other countries have moved forward. We heard the president say the pandemic is over. We heard the president say in this chamber last night that COVID doesn't run our lives anymore. And so we need to do our proper role of oversight. And I will point out that if there is another strain of COVID so when it says that not only does it undo the mandate, it undoes any similar mandates, it's only in COVID. So if there's another kind of pathogen, unfortunately, hopefully not, but comes in our country, it can be addressed. But we can come together. We came together when COVID first broke. And in 2020, I remember flying back on an airplane that had 3 people on it right in the height of COVID so we could come back and cast a vote. We all came together and did that. And so, we rise to the occasion as we move forward. The question is, let's get back to normal. This is a bill that brings us back to normal. Has nothing to do with the effectiveness of the vaccine. As I said, I took mine on Facebook so I had so people would see that I felt it was safe. I just don't want to force somebody else to do it. And this is an opportunity for us to end this mandate and continue to work, as I want to work with my colleague on the Energy and Commerce Committee, as we unwind this pandemic before May the 11th, that we do it together, and we do it in a way that we recognize COVID is still here. When we say it's not a pandemic, it's endemic, that doesn't mean it's gone away. It means we still have to mitigate and deal with it. And there will be opportunities for us to work bipartisan in a way to do so as we move forward out of this emergency order, which was last week's bill. But in this bill, it's time for us to move forward like the rest of the world as well. So I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. There will be some amendments also encouraged to move forward on as we debate later today. And I will yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill is considered as read. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in House Report 118.3. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. In order to consider amendment number 1, printed in House Report 118.3. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 118-3, offered by Mr. McGovern of Massachusetts.
Pursuant to House Resolution 97, the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I know that some of my colleagues on the other side may think a degree from Google.com makes them a public health expert, but the truth is it doesn't. And I'm sick and tired of coming down here to the floor wasting time on anti-vaxxer junk science dug up from the darkest corners of the internet and brought to the House floor. And once again, there should be no surprise to anybody, we are bringing this bill to the floor in which lots of questions have been raised without a single hearing. Without a markup. And by the way, the Energy and Commerce Committee today is having a hearing, but unfortunately this bill is not the subject of that hearing because here we are on the House floor. And the amendment I'm offering today is simple. All we're saying is the CDC should continue to have the authority in the future to demand that visitors to the United States show proof of vaccination for diseases other than COVID. It's not complicated. It's not a radical idea. We already require multiple vaccines for people who are immigrating or seeking refuge in this country for diseases like smallpox, polio, measles, and mumps. Why? Because they work. My colleagues on the other side seem to think that if there's a polio or smallpox outbreak in another country, they don't want the CDC requiring proof of vaccination for people traveling from those countries to the United States. But using their logic, that's where we're headed. We've wasted 2 weeks now on these ridiculous anti-vaxxer conspiracy theory bills. We have members that watched a few YouTube videos and they think they know more about all the medical research than the experts on this subject. They think they know more than all the scientists, all the doctors, and all the public health professionals. It's embarrassing and quite frankly, it's alarming. But what's even more disappointing is that we have doctors in Congress who shamefully stood in silence while anti-science and anti-safety rhetoric has run rampant. The majority says that this bill doesn't apply to other vaccines. Well, if they believe that, they should vote for this amendment and clarify their intent. So let's just put this out in the open. This bill isn't about COVID vaccines. It isn't about, it is about disinformation. It is about conspiracy theories that quite frankly confuse people and that could pose a threat to the people of this country. This puts politics over science, and it put politics over, it makes sure it doesn't put politics over science. It puts science over politics. I don't want anything in this bogus bill to be used to diminish CDC's authority to respond to public health emergencies in the future. The purpose of this of the CDC is to prevent the spread of disease in this country, and we should let them do their job. I urge a yes vote, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. This legislation is targeted to COVID-19 and has nothing to do with other diseases. Further, CDC does not have clear authority to mandate vaccination requirements. The order referenced in this legislation is implementing a presidential proclamation and not a standing authority that CDC has. Further, almost every single one of CDC's overreaches in authority have been challenged. CDC is still fighting for their ability to require masks in public transit stations in court. They're still fighting that. Why would we adopt this amendment and signal that we have authority to mandate, that they have authority to mandate vaccinations in the future? I urge a no vote on this amendment, and now I yield to the primary sponsor of the underlying legislation, Mr. Massey.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Indiana. I find it somewhat ironic that the other side is complaining about the process during the debate on the amendment that the other side gets to offer by virtue of our decision in the Rules Committee to open up this process. So this is the process. The gentleman from Indiana is correct. It is not a given. It's not been established that the CDC has this authority. There's no need for us to legislate beyond the intent of this bill. The intent of this bill is to eliminate a presidential order about a COVID vaccine for international travelers. There's no need for us in this bill to try and give the CDC additional authority. In fact, the bill is quiet on whether they have this authority, and that's a subject that's being debated in the courts right now. I also want to point out that the order, as well as the gentleman's amendment, doesn't apply to immigrants. The order that the president's put in place on visitors doesn't apply to illegal immigrants to this United States, and neither would this gentleman's amendment. So I think when you talk about science and logic, why is it that somebody who's coming here legally would be more of a threat than somebody who's coming here illegally? And so with that, I urge a no on the amendment and a yes on the bill, but mostly certainly a no on this amendment, and I yield back to Joe.
I yield.
The gentleman from Indiana yields. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just asking, urging that we clarify that the anti-vax rhetoric we hear on the other side of the aisle doesn't apply to other vaccines beyond COVID. There's a trust issue here. I'll give you an example. Last night, when the president asked that the Republicans not vote to cut Social Security and Medicare, you all said you weren't going to do that. And yet, we look today, we see statements from people like Senator Mike Lee, who said that his objective is to phase out Social Security, to pull it up by the roots and get rid of it. The Republican Study Committee released a budget that calls for privatizing Social Security and raising the eligibility ages for Social Security and Medicare. We have had Senator Lindsey Graham suggest that raising the age for Social Security and cutting benefits for seniors while making them pay more. I go on it. Rick Scott introduced a bill that would sunset Social Security. So there's a trust issue. And quite frankly, in order for me to agree with the gentleman, I would have to forget everything that I heard in the Rules Committee last night. So this simply says that your anti-vax rhetoric does not apply to other health emergencies and other vaccines. This is about protecting the safety and well-being of the people of this country. And again, if you had a hearing and if you brought the CDC head up and asked these questions, maybe you would all feel a little bit more comfortable. But you're rushing this to the floor because you're looking for a soundbite, you're looking for a moment on Tucker Carlson or whatever, or more Twitter followers or whatever. We're interested in responsible legislating. So we would appreciate a reassurance that, in fact, your anti-vax rhetoric doesn't apply to other vaccines. And with that, I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose?
Yeas and nays. Oh, you did? He did.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Have a recorded vote on the McGovern amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts will be postponed. Now, in order to consider amendment number 2, printed in House Report 118.3, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
I wish to speak in favor of my amendment on the floor, amendment number 2.
Does the gentlelady have an amendment at the desk?
I do.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 118-3, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 97, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in favor of my amendment, which will require the CDC to produce a report to Congress on the number of visitors denied entry under the Biden administration's vaccine mandate for all incoming international air travels and visitors to the United States. This simple, straightforward amendment will provide transparency surrounding this ludicrous and unscientific vaccine mandate put in place by Joe Biden's bureaucrats. This unnecessary CDC rule has made everyday life so much harder for so many people, from tearing apart family reunifications and forcing loved ones to die alone without their relatives by their side, to pushing companies overseas for doing business with America, punishing companies overseas for doing business with America. Just a few short stories from my congressional office has come across to include the mother of a Dutch tourist who died on the Appalachian Trail was unable to come home to the United States to collect her dead son's body. A woman, her fiancé, who lives in Canada, has been unable to visit her on American soil for the past 3 years. A man working for a company in the United Kingdom who is unable to travel to the United States for business meetings, and a family in New Hampshire with Canadian in-laws has been unable to have Canadian family members visit for Christmas in the United States since COVID started. My amendment will require the CDC to account for these stories and countless others who have felt the negative ramifications of this rule. It will also provide transparency and allow congressional oversight of the consequences of this vaccine mandate. Despite Joe Biden stating the pandemic is over, he has refused to lift this mandate. Even Canada has lifted its vaccine mandate for incoming U.S. air travelers. Other than a few countries around the world run by dictators, the United States of America is literally the only country left that is imposing this unscientific and immoral COVID vaccine mandate on our visitors. Of course, if you cross our southern border illegally, there's no such mandate. And we know of about 5 million who have done just that. Simply put, COVID is over. It is time for us to rejoin the free world. I want to thank my friend and colleague, Representative Thomas Massie, for his work to end yet another vaccine mandate. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation, and I strongly support it. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and to vote in favor of the underlying bill. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Colorado yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. The reason I'm opposed to the amendment because I don't think it's necessary or is even helpful to the issue at hand. It talks about a report on the number of visitors denied entry under this policy. The fact of the matter is that on the Democratic side, what we're concerned about is the public health. If the gentlewoman wanted to have an amendment that said there would be a report about that provides us with public health data to justify lifting the mandate, I could see something like that. Because the bottom line here is we're concerned about the science. The CDC says that this mandate is necessary to protect Americans, to reduce the COVID cases, to make sure that people don't get sick and that more people are hospitalized and be taxing on our public health system. So I don't see how this amendment that talks about the number of visitors gets to any of that. And for that, I would oppose the amendment and I guess reserve the balance of my time unless the gentlewoman excuse me? All right, then I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in House Report 118.3. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Does the gentleman rise as the designee of the gentlewoman from Washington?
Yes.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 118-3, offered by Mr. Golden of Maine.
Pursuant to House Resolution 97, the gentleman from Maine and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer an amendment on behalf of Ms. Gluesenkamp-Perez of Washington to ensure that the underlying bill does not risk the public health and safety of the American people in the future. Like many of my colleagues across the aisle, I support ending the COVID-19 vaccine requirement for international travelers at this time, but doing so with the interest of our constituents' safety in mind, first and foremost. Today, this COVID-19 vaccine requirement for international travelers is no longer necessary. In fact, it's become an unnecessary barrier for visitors who would boost local economies and who want to visit with friends and family and reunite with loved ones. However, we should remember that at the beginning of the pandemic, this requirement served as an important protection for our constituents. It would be short-sighted to move to hamstring similar future actions if necessary, which is why Ms. Gluesenkamp-Perez and I support this amendment, which strikes the prohibition on successor or subsequent requirements for air travelers so that future administrations, whether they be Democrat or Republican, have the tools that they need to protect the American people. We're not here to subject the health and safety of our constituents to political whims here in Washington. And with that, I will say I appreciate the opportunity to work with my colleague on this amendment, and I urge all of our colleagues to support it. With that, I yield back.
From Maine yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
It's clear that the Biden administration has pushed its authorities past reasonable interpretation during the COVID-19 pandemic, with everything from eviction moratoriums, student loan to forgiveness, to vaccine and mask mandates being challenged and defeated in court. It is clear that the Biden administration needs the oversight of Congress. The prohibition on rulemaking makes sure the CDC cannot impose a future COVID-19 vaccine requirement on international travelers, and that the Biden administration would need to come to Congress for CDC to take such action in the future. H.R. 185 is a common sense bill. As President Biden himself has stated, the pandemic is over, and I quote. And as he announced last week, the White House would end the current COVID-19 public health emergency effective May 11th, 2023. We are currently one of the only countries still requiring any such vaccine mandate. CDC itself has also acknowledged the vaccine does not prevent transmission. Why then are we still requiring a vaccine to enter our borders for legal travelers? Again, reminding everyone that for illegal travelers here, across the southern border, we're not requiring it. Again, I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maine. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I would ask for a recorded vote.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise? From New Jersey rise?
I would ask for a recorded vote on
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maine will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 4, printed in House Report 118.3. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in House Report number 118-3, offered by Mr. Rose of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 97, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
The gentleman's request is covered by general leave.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of my amendment to H.R. 185, and I thank my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, for introducing this important piece of legislation. We all know that the People's Republic of China has not been transparent regarding its handling of the COVID crisis. My amendment is simple. This amendment will add language to the underlying bill to clarify that no provisions in the bill shall affect the order issued by the CDC requiring negative COVID-19 test or proof of recovery from COVID-19 for travelers coming from the People's Republic of China. A Bloomberg News article from last month said that, quote, after years of meticulously testing to find every last case of COVID-19, Chinese President Xi Jinping is now effectively looking the other way as the virus ravages the nation's 1.4 billion people, close quote. Mr. Speaker, we cannot fall asleep at the wheel when it comes to protecting our nation, its people, and our safety with respect to the adversarial and all too often nefarious actions and intentions of the People's Republic of China. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in opposition, Mr. Speaker, though I may not necessarily be opposed to the amendment, and I yield myself such time.
Without objection.
Yeah, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Any effort to keep the existing protocols for China are appropriate. But I rise today with great concern about the underlying bill, H.R. 185, which is to terminate the requirement imposed by the Director of Centers for Disease Control and Prevention for proof of COVID-19 vaccination for foreign travelers. It is not the CDC, based on science, that is attempting to do this, or the administration, based on the multiple levels of science, Health and Human Services, CDC, NIH, that may contribute to this decision. It is Congress that certainly has its world of authority, but it is not authority based on science and based on knowledge. I believe this is a hasty attempt to reverse the order issued by the Centers for Disease Control, and as well, I believe it imposes the CDC important restrictions on the entry of non-citizens into the United States by air travel unless they're fully vaccinated. We know that there are discussions going on about ending certain protocols with COVID-19, but as the President said last night, we lost 1 million Americans. People are still mourning their loved ones, and we understand that with that in mind, we are still seeing people die of COVID-19 and many of its, in essence, other aspects of infectious diseases, and we're seeing COVID-19 still actively exist. People with underlying conditions suffer greatly. Restrictions have been implemented and enforced worldwide, and countries like Thailand have had to re-implement such restrictions after lifting them. Now is not the time to go back on protections, only to be in a place where we will need to reimpose more onerous and unwanted lockdowns and shutdowns. Yet, H.R. 185 would nullify any successor or subsequent orders that require foreign persons traveling by air to show proof of COVID-19 vaccination as a condition of entry, as well as prohibit the use of federal funds to administer and enforce such requirement. Mr. Speaker, this is not logical or sensible. This is a country of over 300 million persons. Again, this is a nation that lost 1 million persons, and I'll say it again, people are still dying of COVID-19. The well-being of the American people should be our first priority. And since March 2020, I proceeded to provide any number of testing sites and vaccination sites. We saw our hospitals teeming. We, of course, reached out to the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee as we were desperate to get tests and vaccines. I spoke to New York hospitals and doctors who were telling me that their hallways were teeming, their operating rooms were non-existent because there were COVID patients everywhere. And many of us remember the stark look of the refrigerator cars, not only in this nation, but around the world. And so I am hesitant that at this point, we make a decision on this floor of the House, not a scientific report, not a hearing in our committee, to be able to suggest that we could go ahead and remove this particular health caution protection. Again, COVID-19 cases, there have been 1,058 confirmed in our area, 7,839 active cases now, 1 million persons recovered, 8,589 deaths, and Texas as a state has recorded 8.24 million cases and 93,366 deaths. We're a border state, and so we have the opportunity for people to come in from foreign countries and as well in South and Central America who have come into the United States, and I'm saying in legal travel. And so it doesn't make sense to go to this length and to do it without further study, further science, and as well for the recognition of the importance of the Centers for Disease Control, the National Institutes for Health and Health and Human Services, and the President of the United States, who is the leader of this nation. So in working with the executive, I believe that we should give them the opportunity to work constructively and to be able to give the right kind of guidance that will protect all of us. And we should not precipitously try to overcome a disease that is evident as a major killer of Americans. With that, I ask my colleagues to oppose the underlying bill. Oppose the underlying bill. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Texas yields, and the
time.
gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Just a few days ago, we saw the People's Republic of China send a high-altitude surveillance balloon over our airspace, spanning almost the entire continental United States. No one believes the government of China's ludicrous explanation that this was simply a weather balloon that inadvertently went off course. If the Chinese government is willing to make such a bald-faced lie to the world, then how can we possibly trust the information they are releasing regarding the current COVID crisis in China? The easy answer is we can't. Because we can't trust the Chinese government to be transparent and honest about the scope of their current COVID crisis, we must take appropriate precautions. Continuing to test travelers from China is essential to our national safety. A vote for this amendment is a vote in favor of holding China accountable and ensuring the safety of our nation and its people. In closing, I urge members to vote yes on my amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
I would ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 5, printed in House Report 118.3. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 118-3, offered by Mrs. Torres of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 97, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Torres, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer amendment number 5 to H.R. 185. The decision to change COVID-19 vaccine requirements for global travelers into the United States should not be made by members of Congress, but instead by public health experts. Colleagues, if we must continue with this reckless bill that puts politics over science by replacing guidance from our public health experts with harmful ideology at the expense of our communities, our hospitals, and our health, then I would ask for your support for my amendment. Why would you risk knowing that other countries have different health standards, they have little access to vaccines for COVID? Why would you risk the number of hospital beds that are currently available for yourselves, your families, your community that you represent? Why would you risk that to allow visitors who are traveling into the United States to not show the bare minimum of having had a vaccine? My amendment would require that the Secretary of Health and Human Services certify that the end of the COVID-19 vaccination requirement for foreign air travelers will not result in an increase in U.S. hospitalizations due to this deadly virus. We do not want to threaten the progress that we have made in our fight against the COVID-19 pandemic and push hospitals, healthcare providers, and public health resources past their breaking points again. COVID-19 is still a public health threat, with new variants of concern having emerged globally and entering the U.S. every single day. So I urge my colleagues to please, if you must move forward with this bill, to vote in support of this common sense amendment to protect our constituents, our hospitals, and our healthcare system. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Again, I want to reiterate, as a physician, I believe the vaccines are safe and effective, and would hope that people can make the personal choice to get vaccinated, and it should be just that, their personal choice, not the choice of the U.S. federal government. The CDC itself has acknowledged the vaccine does not prevent transmission. So termination of this burdensome and unnecessary mandate should not play any role in the increase in hospitalizations. Based on the current science and what we know regarding how COVID-19 spreads, any individual person should have the right to choose whether to get the vaccine or not. Further, we've seen that President Biden and Secretary Becerra are unwilling to relinquish any power or authority from the COVID-19 pandemic, leaving in order ridiculous guidance long past the date indicated it's necessary or useful. I have no doubt Secretary Becerra would refuse to certify this, so a vote for this amendment would delay or even prevent totally the repeal of this ridiculous mandate. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman has the only time remaining.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Indiana yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
on that amendment, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California will be postponed.
Committee now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 185, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that committee has had under consideration H.R. 185 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 97 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 185. Will the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 185, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to terminate the requirement imposed by the Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention for proof of COVID-19 vaccination for foreign travelers and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the House rose earlier today, a request for recorded vote on Amendment Number 5, printed in House Report 118-3 by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Torres, has been postponed. Right here. Pursuant to the Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in House Report 118-3 on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment Number 1 by Mr. McGovern of Massachusetts. Amendment Number 2 by Ms. Boebert of Colorado. Amendment Number 3 by Mr. Golden of Maine. Amendment Number 4 by Mr. Rose of Tennessee. Amendment 5 by Ms. Torres of California. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 118-3 by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, on which further proceedings were postponed and which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report Number 118-3, offered by Mr. McGovern of Massachusetts.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. Okay, responding. Okay, on this vote, the yeas are 210. The nays are 222. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 2, printed in the House Report 118-3 by the gentlewoman for Colorado, Ms. Bober, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 118-3, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is recorded. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. I'll say again, a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 253, the nays are 168. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 3, printed in House Report 118-3 by the gentleman from Maine, Mr. Golden, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 118-3, offered by Mr. Golden of Maine.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, recorded vote is ordered. The members will record their votes by electronic device. There will be a 2-minute vote. Oops. On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 220. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 4, printed in the House Report 118-3 by gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, on which the further proceedings were postponed, and on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in House Report number 118-3, offered by Mr. Rose of Tennessee.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 426, the nays are 8. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is requested for a recorded vote on amendment number 5, printed in the House Report 118-3 by gentlewoman from California, Ms. Torres, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 118-3, offered by Mrs. Torres of California.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is offered. The members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 224. The amendment is not agreed to. There being no further amendment, the committee rises.
Madam Chair.
Ready? Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 185, and pursuant to House Resolution 97, I report that the bill back to the House with sundry amendments adopted in the committee as a whole.
The Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 185, and pursuant to the House Resolution 97, reports the bill back to the House with sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will put them on in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to. The amendment is engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to terminate the requirement imposed by the Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention for proof of COVID-19 vaccination for foreign travelers and for other purposes.
Okay, you got it there. Order, please. Shh. For purposes, the gentleman from Washington seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Schreier of Washington moves to recommit the bill H.R. 185 to the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this is a 5-minute vote. On the motion to recommit will be followed by a 5-minute vote on passage of the bill. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 208, the noes are 220. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion reconsidered.
Mr. Speaker, on that I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. A 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 227 and the nays are 201. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lady puts on the floor for considerations for the following communications.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. With my appointment with the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, I must regretfully withdraw from the House Foreign Affairs Committee for the 118th Congress. It is my intent to return to this committee at the next opportunity. This is effective immediately. Signed sincerely, Chrissy Houlihan, Member of Congress. The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Following my appointment to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, I hereby resign from the House Foreign Affairs Committee effective today. Signed sincerely, Abigail Spanberger, Member of Congress.
Objections, the resignations are accepted. What is the gentleman from California?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I have a privileged resolution at the desk and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 102, resolved that the following named members be and are hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House.
Clerk will suspend. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, by unanimous consent, I ask that unanimous consent the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Okay, for what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 103, resolved that the following named members be and are hereby elected to the following standing committee of the House of Representatives.
Mr.
Committee
Speaker,
on the Budget, Mr. Norman, Mr. McClintock, Mr. Grothman.
Yeah, Mr.
Mr.
Speaker,
Smucker,
I ask
Mr.
unanimous
Burgess.
The clerk will suspend.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentlelady from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the resolution.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection, so ordered.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 97, I call up the joint resolution, HJ Res 24, disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council in approving the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 24, joint resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council and approving the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022.
The House will be in order.
Pursuant to House Resolution 97, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability or their representative designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of House Joint Resolution 24, disapproving the action of the District of Columbia in enacting the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022, introduced by the chairman of the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability, James Comer of Kentucky. Our nation's capital city is in crisis. Crime is rampant. Students in D.C. public schools suffered historic learning loss because Democrats kept schools closed. Buildings are sitting empty while federal workers continue to work from home. But the D.C. Council has prioritized a bill to allow non-citizens, including illegal immigrants and foreign employees at embassies, openly hostile to the United States, to vote in local elections. This move by the D.C. Council dilutes the votes of American citizens, including the many residents of the district who struggled and sacrificed to obtain legal citizenship the right way. Voting is a pillar of American democracy and a constitutional right that must be protected and preserved for citizens of our country. Voting is how Americans exert their will upon their government. Voting ultimately determines how laws are written and enforced so that citizens can shape the rules under which they can earn a living and be protected from harm. Voting is an essential privilege and responsibility established at great cost throughout our nation's history. To quote one of our founding fathers, Samuel Adams, let each citizen remember at the moment he is offering his vote that he is executing one of the most solemn trusts in human society. On November 21st, 2022, the D.C. Council chose to trash this solemn trust by granting this sacred right of voting to anyone residing in the district, including those here illegally and other non-citizens. Now just think about the immediate implications of this law. Our nation's capital city plays host to virtually hundreds of foreign organizations and embassies. Many of those foreign nationals have interests directly opposed to those of the United States, and they make no claim otherwise. D.C.'s law makes 0 exceptions for such individuals whose role may be to disrupt or destroy the American way of life in the principles that our nation stands upon. For years, Democrats in Washington decried potential foreign influence in our electoral process. But D.C.'s new law potentially allows foreign agents from China, Russia, and other adversaries to participate in local elections held within this nation's capital city. It's no secret that President Biden's policies have created the worst border crisis in American history, bar none. Just this week, the Committee on Oversight and Accountability heard from the U.S. Border Patrol about how the Biden administration's policies are undermining their ability to secure our southern border. Now, D.C. Democrats are providing another magnet for illegal immigration. This law is so bad that the D.C. Council even lost the support of the Washington Post's editorial board. In October of last year, the Washington Post editorial board announced it opposed the bill, declaring, voting is a foundational right of citizenship. The Post went on to note that allowing an estimated 50,000 non-citizen D.C. residents to vote is just simply a bridge too far. And I think most of us can agree on that. And I think most of the American people would certainly agree with that. Even D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser agrees with us. And she chose to withhold her own signature from this legislation. While the bill was ultimately enacted without her support, it is shocking that even the progressive Democrat mayor of D.C. does not support the actions of this out-of-control D.C. Council. If a bill goes too far for Mayor Bowser, then the alarm bell should be ringing in every state and locality across the nation. Our free and fair elections are the hallmark of a healthy democracy, and we must protect them. The D.C. Council's law intends to do the opposite. For these reasons, I urge you to support my resolution of disapproval to stop this radical reform in its tracks, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to House Joint Resolution 24, which seeks to nullify the duly enacted laws of the District of Columbia and violates the principle of local democratic self-government, which is at the heart of the Home Rule Charter for Washington, D.C., and also violates the equal protection and democratic principles that animate our Constitution. Now, I'd like to begin just by observing a striking juxtaposition and contrast between the address we heard last night, the State of the Union address from the President, and the lecture that we just received now from the floor leader. President Biden appeared here with a message of unity under the powerful economic growth that we're experiencing as a country. 12 million new jobs added, record progress that we're making on climate change, massive investment in the American people in the Inflation Reduction Act, in the Infrastructure Act, a $1.2 trillion investment in the roads and the highways and the bridges and the ports and the airports. And we're dramatically reducing health care costs for people in the Medicare program, reducing to $35 a month what diabetics have to pay for their insulin shots. We're making progress for America. So, what do our good friends across the aisle come back with today, the day after this great statement of national purpose and progress? They want us to become the super council for the District of Columbia and begin to micromanage the bills that are being passed by the representatives locally of 713,000 people. With no national agenda, with no plans for getting on board with American progress, what do they have? Well, they're going to bring us a whole series of these disapproval resolutions for the people of Washington, D.C. They don't want to vote in Washington, D.C. They don't want to live in D.C. They could move to D.C. and run for D.C. Council if that's their interest. But no, they just want to lord it over the people of Washington. So they don't like the District of Columbia's voting rules, and they don't like the criminal justice reform they just engaged in for a period of a decade with judges and lawyers and the D.C. bar and the people participating. They don't have a hearing on any of it. They just want to decree that they're going to strike it down. And just you wait. They'll be coming back with our gun safety laws that will appear in Congress from the people in D.C. because there's that part of the Home Rule Charter that gives us this opportunity if we want to micromanage their policy. So we'll see gun safety laws, we'll see abortion legislation, we'll see equal rights for the LGBTQ population. All of these things the Republican minority used to do a long time ago, but they've brought back the worst possible instincts. They don't want to have a hearing on it. We didn't have a single hearing in the Oversight Committee about any of this legislation, none of it. Did they go to the D.C. Council when it was debated? No, they didn't do that. Did they invite the mayor of the D.C. Council to come here? No, they didn't do that. They just decided they're going to slap around the local population. None of us would accept it for the localities that we represent. Now, it so happens that people in Washington, D.C. are not just a locality, a municipality. The people in Washington are involved right now in a petition for statehood admission to the Union. In fact, in the 116th Congress, in the 117th Congress, this body voted to approve their petition for statehood, but our friends across the aisle opposed that. If it passed the House, if the Senate had approved it, well then the people of D.C., or whatever their local system is, would be just able to decide these things on their own, just like the people in New York City or Albany or any other town in New York would be able to decide for themselves. I thought that our friends over there were interested in local self-government. I thought they supported home rule, but apparently not when it comes to the people of Washington, D.C. So we reject this throwback attempt at micromanaging the affairs of the people of Washington. They don't need lectures about voting rights. They need voting rights. They're the only population of tax-paying, draftable American citizens in the country who don't have equal voting rights in Congress. And when January 6th came and people stormed this chamber and waged violence against the Capitol Police, against the Metropolitan Police Department, against hundreds of people who live in Washington, as well as in Maryland and Virginia, the people of Washington stood with democracy. They stood with Congress. And they have a legitimate grievance, not a phony counterfeit grievance. They're not claiming to have won an election they didn't win. All they're asking for is equal rights. Let's grant them their statehood. And if you can't stomach the idea that they would be a state, at least allow them their home rule rights to decide for themselves who's going to vote in Washington, D.C., and what their criminal laws are going to be, and what their laws of abortion are going to be, and what their civil rights and civil liberties practices are going to be in the District of Columbia. I will reserve, and I'm happy to turn it over.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Chairman Comer's resolution disapproving of the D.C. Council's recent action to allow non-citizens, including illegal immigrants, to vote in local elections. The Council's actions undermine voter confidence and faith in our elections, and ultimately the sovereignty of the United States. Voting is a sacred right reserved only for American citizens. That's why federal law and the Constitution prohibit non-citizens from voting in federal elections. In order to further promote integrity in our elections, many states have also prohibited non-citizens from voting in their state and local elections. Our nation's capital should be a model for the rest of the country. But for years, the district has run poor elections, and now the council wants to take it even further by allowing non-citizens to vote. At a time when communities across our nation are dealing with the consequences of an unprecedented number of criminals, human smugglers, and deadly fentanyl pouring across our borders, it is unthinkable that the D.C. Council wants to reward those who have broken the law. Further, this would let diplomats vote in D.C. elections, some of whom can be agents of our adversaries, like China and Russia. That's why several of my colleagues on the House Administration and Oversight Committee last Congress, including Chairman Steil and Mr. Comer, sent a letter to D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser criticizing the measure and calling on her to reject it. Congress can and should exercise its constitutional responsibility over D.C. and stop this law with this joint resolution of disapproval. I'd like to commend Chairman Comer for leading this common sense measure and taking steps to restore voter confidence. We've seen that in states like Georgia and Florida, when you implement key election integrity tools that make it easier to vote and harder to cheat, we can boost voter confidence, which in turn boosts voter turnout. So we need more election integrity,
Gentlewoman's
not
time
less.
expired.
I yield 30 seconds, Mr. Speaker.
So we need more election integrity, not less. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make a couple corrections. First of all, the D.C. legislation that would be disapproved by this resolution allows only for voting in local elections, school board elections, advisory neighborhood commission elections, council elections. It does not allow voting in federal elections for non-citizens. And the Constitution, contrary to what the gentlelady said, permits non-citizen voting at the local level, and there are a number of jurisdictions that do that. With that, I'm going to yield 5 minutes to the very distinguished representative of the people of the District of Columbia, Eleanor Holmes Norton.
I thank my good friend for yielding, and I strongly oppose this undemocratic, paternalistic resolution. There is only one question before this House. The question is, do you believe in democracy? More specifically, should the District of Columbia's local legislature, whose members are elected by D.C. residents, make laws for D.C.? Or should Congress, whose voting members are elected by the residents of the several states, make the laws for D.C.? What is democracy? The dictionary defines it as a, quote, government in which the supreme power is invested in the people and exercised by them directly or indirectly through a system of representation, usually involving periodically held free elections, end quote. Perhaps President Lincoln described democracy best in the Gettysburg Address. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. DC's local legislature, DC Council, has 13 members. The members are elected by DC residents. 8 members are elected by geographical area. 5 members are elected at large. If DC residents do not like how members vote, they can vote them out of office. Congress has 535 voting members. The members are elected by residents of the several states. None are elected by DC residents. If DC residents do not like how the members vote, even on legislation that applies only to DC, they can only ask politely for residents of the several states to vote them out of office. The Revolutionary War was fought to give consent to the governed and to end taxation without representation. Yet the nearly 700,000 DC residents cannot consent to any action taken by Congress, whether on national or DC matters, and pay full federal taxes. Indeed, DC residents pay more federal taxes per capita than any state in the Union, and more total federal taxes than 23 states. The legislative history and merits of this legislation enacted by the DC Council, that is the subject matter of this resolution, are irrelevant to the question before the House, but I do want to set the record straight. The DC Council passed the legislation on 2 separate occasions, as required by Congress, by votes of 12-1 and 12-0 after holding a hearing. The legislation is also unprecedented. It is not unprecedented. Indeed, there's a long history in the United States of non-citizens being allowed to vote in local, state, territorial, and federal elections. I will close with 2 final thoughts. DC residents, a majority of whom are black and brown, are worthy and capable of governing themselves. It is true Congress has absolute power over DC, but might does not make right. If you believe in democracy, you will vote no on this resolution. I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
You know, there's talk about how people are accountable to different levels of government, but how are you accountable when there's no protection articulated in this legislation for the voters on keeping 2 sets of voter lists? You know, DC residents are entitled to vote for the presidency and for federal offices. And you're going to have, I need to ask the question out loud. Are members of Congress okay with members of the CCP that work at the Chinese embassy voting in U.S. elections? Are you comfortable with employees and members of Putin's regime that work at the Russian Federation embassy for voting in D.C. elections? These are questions that this body must ask itself when considering this legislation. And make no mistake, 2 sets of books aren't going to work in any board of elections in America. You're entitled to vote in this election, but not that. There's going to be commingling, and the volunteers that work the polls are not going to, have all of the tools necessary to stop people from intermingling in those elections. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Chairman Comer's resolution. As if free flights, free phones, free health care, free education, free lawyers, and other freebies being offered to illegal aliens weren't already enough, the D.C. City Council decided to now give illegal aliens the right to vote. a right that more than 1.1 million American military service members have given their lives for. Giving this right to illegal aliens as if our government is the Oprah Winfrey Show. You get a vote, you get a vote, you get a vote. It makes a mockery of the constitutional republic, of our brave heroes who fought and died for to defend. The right to vote is the most sacred right in our constitutional republic. Giving the right to vote to non-citizens cheapens this sacred right by discounting the value of citizens' votes. It also cheapens the value of American citizenship and cheapens our standing around the world as we incentivize the invasion of our own country. Under Biden's watch, over 4.6 million illegal aliens, and those are just the ones that we know of, have already crossed our wide open southern border that Secretary Mayorkas and Joe Biden refuse to secure, that Democrats could have done something about for the past 2 years when they held all levers of power and refused to do so. Well, by the end of the year, Biden will have let in more illegal aliens than the entire population of my state of Colorado. Instead of trying to secure the border, Democrats are more focused on giving illegal aliens more handouts and privileges, including giving them the right, the sacred right, to vote. These illegal aliens are even treated oftentimes better than our veterans who are struggling to have their health needs met, to have health care, to get the services that we promise them for their great service. But it is immediately given to those who come across our southern border illegally. Let's put American citizens first, not cheapen their votes. Let's pass this legislation and ensure the voice of the American people is heard without interference from foreign nationals. I urge support of the underlying bill, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back to the gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, I
The gentleman
reserve.
is recognized. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was just reviewing some materials that showed that both the states that the gentlelady from Colorado and the gentleman from New York represent had non-citizen voting in the 18th, 19th, and in the case of Colorado, up to the 20th century. So I think, if they're talking about giving away the sacred right to vote, their states have done that before, and it's got a kind of interesting history to it. I mean, to me, it's basically irrelevant because it's not our decision to be making. It's up to the people of D.C., just like it's up to the voters in Colorado and it's up to the voters in New York. But the history of it is intriguing because when the country started, as I'm sure the gentlelady is aware, there were race qualifications for voting, there were gender qualifications for voting, and it was only through social struggle that those were removed. But at the beginning of the Republic, all that mattered was the property qualification, the wealth and property qualification for white men. And if you were a white man, regardless of your citizenship status, you had the right to vote. And that lasted basically up into the Civil War, but it became a bone of contention between the North and the South because the northern states were continuing to defend alien suffrage, and the southern states opposed it. And in fact, if you look at Article 1 of the Confederate Constitution, the very first thing it does, it says you must be a citizen of the Confederacy in order to vote there. They didn't want non-citizens voting. Why? Because the immigrants were overwhelmingly anti-slavery. And it was very clear in the debates in Congress about this that the southern states wanted to get rid of it, which is why the Confederacy banned it. After the Civil War, non-citizen voting spread around the country. But the point is, when we're talking about local non-citizen voting, who's going to vote in your school board or town council elections, that should be decided locally. And my colleagues who are the ones determined not to make the District of Columbia a state should be the first ones to say, if it's just a local government, let them decide who's going to vote on matters of garbage collection and who their teacher is going to be. The jurisdictions that have done this, like Los Angeles, have wanted to make sure that parents in local public schools get the right to vote, regardless of their citizenship status. Most of the non-citizens, of course, are lawful residents, people with green cards, permanent residents, and they want them to be engaged and involved. In any event, if my friends really support home rule and local self-determination, they will allow the people of Washington, D.C. to decide that. And with that, I'm going to yield 4 minutes to my friend from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the ranking member and my colleague from Maryland. You know, it is rich, so rich to hear the other side discuss the sacred right of voting, discuss what our veterans and our service members fought for in the sacred right of voting, while defending and continuing to defend the disenfranchisement of American citizens in D.C. for their right to vote. They don't believe in statehood. They don't believe in the actual enfranchisement and voting rights for D.C. residents who are U.S. citizens, and yet they have the audacity and the gall to not just continue in that position and claim they believe in the sacred right to vote while denying that right to vote for an overwhelmingly black city, but then expanding their position so that in direct contradiction of their quote-unquote conservative values of small government and defending freedom, have decided to expand the jurisdiction of this body to meddle into the business of D.C. residents. The D.C. City Council has the right to determine its policies for D.C. residents. And if any member of this body does not like that, they can feel free to change their registration, resign their post, and run for D.C. City Council. And for those who are residents here of Washington, D.C., they could have, as the ranking member stated, gone to any one of the many hearings on this issue. I understand that there may be disagreement. I understand that Republicans may not be happy with what the D.C. City Council is doing. But when cities in Vermont passed the same provisions, when San Francisco, when 9 Maryland cities brought up this provision, did the Republican Party corral all of Congress and bring this issue down to the floor for a vote? No, they did not. They are singling out the residents of the District of Columbia and expanding in the history of disenfranchisement that goes all the way back to the legacy of slavery. And they're bringing it right here to this floor because why? They don't have any real bills to debate. We're not here to talk about health care. We're not here to talk about abortion. We're not here to talk about voting rights. We're here to talk about the expansion and the continued subjugation and disenfranchisement of the people of the District of Columbia. Let them govern themselves. And with that, I yield back to the ranking member.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in support of Chairman Comer's resolution. The radical D.C. City Council is literally putting the integrity of our election system at risk. They've passed a bill to allow illegal immigrants, Chinese, Russian agents, foreign exchange students, and quite literally anyone else who finds themselves on the streets of D.C. in our nation's capital for longer than 30 days, the ability to vote in elections. This should not be a partisan issue, and you don't have to be a Republican to understand why this is wrong. Voting is a sacred right. Regardless of what was just said, voting is a sacred right. This ridiculous measure disenfranchises millions of legal American citizens and opens up our election system to a host of security issues. In fact, the mayor of D.C. didn't even sign this. Congress must pass this resolution today, but we should also move to pass my bill, H.R. 192, to make it clear to D.C. That they cannot ever allow non-citizens to influence our nation's capital. We're putting every single member, both Republican and Democrat, on the record about whether they support non-citizens voting. Of course, I urge my colleagues in the House and the Senate and President Biden to pass our bill, to pass this measure, to sign it into law immediately. And let me just say one thing in response to my colleague on the other side of the aisle, who a few moments ago said, quote, "We brought back our worst possible instincts," I think when referencing the Republican Party. This tells you everything you need to know. It tells you everything you need to know about Americans. Please listen up. This tells you everything you need to know, that the radicals want you to think that this is normal and it's not. Americans deserve confidence in our election system and confidence in knowing that only legal American citizens are casting their vote in elections here in this country. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How much time do we have?
It has 14 and a half minutes.
Good. Well, I'm going to take a couple just to respond to the gentleman before he goes, perhaps. When I said that they were returning to their worst possible instincts, that was actually a bipartisan comment, because in the old days it was Democrats, racist Dixiecrats on the House District Committee who lorded over the District of Columbia and denied the people of Washington their rights. So they're returning us to those days where Congress will micromanage the affairs of Washington, D.C. and not allow the people their own self-government. He said you don't need to be a Republican or a Democrat to understand the issue. It would actually help to know your Abraham Lincoln, because of course Lincoln was a major defender of non-citizen voting, to the extent you guys want to act like a super DC council and get into the merits of it. In fact, when he was elected, his opponents, his Southern opponents, said he was elected on the strength of the non-citizen vote in New York, as a matter of fact, and in Illinois and other states where they had so-called declarant alien suffrage, which means if you are on the pathway to citizenship, you're allowed to vote, which is a policy that makes a lot of sense, but different jurisdictions have different policies according to home rule and self-government. When Lincoln was here, his major legislative initiative, interestingly enough, was to abolish the slave traffic in the District of Columbia, because he felt that freedom and democracy should obtain in the nation's capital. That's something that our colleagues should also think about in terms of defining an agenda of their party, and I know they're careening from this issue to that issue. But if you're thinking about D.C., think about what Abraham Lincoln did. And with that, I'm delighted to yield 2 minutes to my distinguished colleague from Texas, Ms. Jackson-Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas is yielded 2 minutes.
Pleased to thank the ranking member for his leadership, and of course Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton for her continued consistency in refuting and rebutting wrong-headed and misdirected policies that seem to come year after year. Let me read breaking news from one of the historic newspapers in this month that we begin to focus on Black history. From the Washington Informer, the headline says, D.C. Council blasts House GOP interference in city law. D.C. Council members have lashed out at Republicans on Capitol Hill for seeking to meddle in city affairs. For some reason, Ranking Member Rashkin, there was some thought that our friends were riding in on a white horse because there was some disagreement on the council. That disagreement, as you have so effectively said, and with the Congresswoman as well, is that they want to handle their own matters. But let the record be clear that the United States Constitution does not forbid non-citizens from casting a vote in local and state elections and other elections. At least 15 cities currently allow non-citizens to cast ballots in local elections. And particularly, non-citizens were occasionally permitted to cast ballots in local, state, and federal elections in 40 states from the time of the nation's inception until 1926. So we have had a history of local decisions being made by local voters. In this instance, local voters voted and made a decision. Whatever modifications they desire to make, they're not asking this place to implode their work. As we begin to think about voting rights, I would ask my colleagues to help join us in supporting the John Lewis Voting Enhancement Act that we've tried to pass here, Democrats, in this Congress for a long, long time. I'd ask them to help us in the redistricting that skewed and denied Democrats in Texas 2 districts that were legitimately based upon the census that was in fact created by Hispanics and African Americans.
Gentlewoman's time's expired.
I'd like to yield the gentlelady an additional minute.
Gentlelady is yielded 1 minute.
But in redistricting across the nation, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, were states in which voting rights were directly undermined. Some of the restrictive legislation that was passed in Georgia and Texas are evidence of the oppression of many in the Friends who are across the aisle parties in states to deny people of color their right to vote. And so it looks as if we have an opportunity here for champions of voting rights that seem to be evidenced across the aisle, join me in the John Robert Lewis Voter Enhancement Act. But at this time, in this month, we ask that you allow the citizens of Washington, D.C., one, at some point to have statehood, but more importantly in this instance, to stay out of home rule decisions, or to stay out of decisions granted to them. Those decisions are granted to them. For that reason, I am enthusiastically in opposition to H.J. Res. 24, because this legislation goes beyond the boundaries of the responsibilities, duties, and rights of this body. Leave the government of Washington, D.C. to the people of Washington, D.C. I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time is remaining?
You have 18 minutes.
18 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to speak in response to some of the opposition that I've heard to this legislation. First of all, we've heard about slave trade multiple times this evening. And if we're concerned about slave trade, well, then let's secure the southern border, because that's where the human trafficking is taking place. And millions of people are being trafficked, and women and children are being sexually assaulted and abused. Young girls are taking Plan B pills at the start of their journey because they anticipate being sexually assaulted on their journey. So if this is something that you are that concerned about, then let's work together to secure the southern border and stop the human trafficking and the slave trade that is happening there. There's slavery that's taking place in China in the cobalt mines that these climate extremists are pushing. There's child and slave labor there, and that's where we're extracting our rare earth minerals from China-owned mines in the Congo. So let's talk together about American energy. You know, you say that this is just for local elections. Are there 2 registries? Well, how is that going to work if there are 2 registries? But I don't think it's going to stop there because every time we give in and give an inch, well, they take 7 miles. And the gentleman on the other side of the aisle, he mentioned that in Colorado, illegal aliens are voting. Well, illegal aliens are voting, but no state has actually allowed that since 1926 in America. There are loopholes that are allowing illegals to vote in our election, and this is election interference, allowing non-citizens to vote in our elections. And in fact, this is why crime rate is up in Colorado. We are encouraging illegal aliens to come to Colorado. We are number 1 in the nation for bank robberies, number 1 in the nation for auto thefts, number 2 in the nation for fentanyl poisoning. We have a Department of New Americans. And if you go to the Colorado State website, it says, well, what is a New American? A New American is a Coloradan. May I have another minute?
I yield 1 minute.
Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you. What is a New American? A New American is a Coloradan, an immigrant seeking asylum, a refugee, asylee, a DACA recipient, an SIV holder, and all other forms of immigrants seeking safety, opportunity, reunification of family, chain migration being encouraged in my state where non-citizens are voting and making a difference in our elections. Now, if there's a better way to do so, then let's let the DC County reevaluate this. That's why we're sending it back to them. And I would say that statehood is a matter that Congress has to consider on behalf of the entire nation and pursue a constitutional amendment if so desired. Congress dealt with this issue in both the 116th and 117th Congress and rejected the idea. Congress has jurisdiction over DC, and we need to ensure a vibrant capital city. This act does the opposite. And so I would, again, encourage opposition to this bill. I yield back.
Reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The distinguished gentlelady from Colorado boasts that her state is number 1 in auto thefts, number 1 in bank robberies, and number 1 in fentanyl, as I understand it. It sounds like they've got their hands full with their own problems, and I don't know that they should be spending their time dictating to the people of Washington, D.C. what their voting rights policy is going to be. Now, both the gentlelady from Colorado and the gentleman from New York invite the question of, would it actually be administratively possible for a jurisdiction to have two separate voting lists for those who are eligible to vote just in local elections and those who are eligible to vote in both local and federal elections. Well, that's a great question that you could have posed at a hearing within the Oversight Committee if we'd had one, but we didn't have it. But I actually happen to have researched this question, and there are a number of jurisdictions around the country which permit non-citizen voting at the local level, and they have one list for that. And if you're a non-citizen, when you enter, your name is checked off that list, and you get one ballot, which is just for your school board elections and the local elections. And then if you're a citizen, you get a complete ballot that includes local, state, and federal elections. So there actually is an answer, and it's working in multiple jurisdictions around the country, including several in my home state of Maryland. And I think the same thing used to be able to work in New York State as well. So that's something that would be easily researchable, and it's something also that we could have answered if we had followed regular order and actually had so much as one hearing on this subject before deciding to jump in like King Kong and squash the people of Washington, D.C. And with that, I want to recognize again the distinguished non-voting delegate from the District of Columbia, Ms. Eleanor Holmes Norton.
Gentlewoman from District of Columbia is recognized.
I thank my friend for recognizing me because I have something important to say and to put into the record. 40 states have permitted non-citizens to vote at various points. One of them is the state of the gentlewoman who has just spoken, Colorado. The other states are Alabama, Arkansas, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Vermont, Virginia, Washington State, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. At least 14 municipalities permit non-citizens to vote today. 11 in Maryland, Barnesville, Chevy Chase, Section 3, Garrett Park, Glen Echo, Hyattsville, Martin's Additions, Mount Rainier, Riverdale Park, Somerset, and Tacoma Park. 2 in Vermont, Montpelier, and Winooki. 1 in California. San Francisco allows voting for non-citizens who are a parent or legal guardian of a child living in San Francisco to vote in local school board elections. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back.
Well, thank you, Ms. Norton. And I should just say that none of those jurisdictions have been overrun with fentanyl or illegal aliens. All of those are jurisdictions which are functioning democratic self-governmental units, just as the jurisdictions in New York and Colorado that had the same practice were. This really isn't about non-citizen voting, Mr. Speaker. This is about democratic self-government and allowing local jurisdictions to make home rule decisions for themselves, because this isn't the end of it, this is just the beginning. Tomorrow, I think we're going to be considering a resolution of disapproval for the District of Columbia's criminal justice reform that they've engaged in over the last 9 or 10 years, involving judges, federal, local judges, council members, the D.C. bar, and so on. We don't know anything about that. We didn't have a hearing, and yet someone is going to pick something out. What the good chairman of our committee talked about in the Rules Committee was a carjacking law where I guess the minimal sentence changed. Well, we looked up Kentucky. Kentucky doesn't even have a carjacking law. You'd have to use armed robbery, which can only get you 20 years. The District of Columbia would treat carjacking with up to a 24-year sentence. So these are the kinds of measurements we're going to have to go through with everybody's state and everybody's jurisdiction if we're really going to turn ourselves into the super DC City Council and try to get to know the people of Washington and what their concerns are and what they're into. The whole reason we went to home rule in 1973 was so that Congress could spend its time on national policy issues, the kind that President Biden was talking about last night. We just added 12 million new jobs to the American economy. We passed a $1.2 trillion infrastructure plan to invest in the ports and the airports and the bridges and the roads and the highways all across America. Not just in the District of Columbia, no insult intended, but that's a very tiny part of the jurisdiction of Congress, and they want to turn us basically into an appellate legislative division over the District of Columbia. We're going to be prepared to close, and I will reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I also have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. This legislation, which promises to be the first of many, we know that I think tomorrow criminal justice reform comes up. I know that the MAGA wing of the Republican Party doesn't like Medicaid-funded abortions in Washington, D.C. They don't like the stricter gun safety laws that the people of Washington, D.C. Have passed. They don't like their progressive legislation protective of the LGBTQ community and so on. And so we're headed now for a mini culture war between the dominant MAGA wing of the Republican conference today and the people of the District of Columbia, who find themselves in an odd situation because they want to be admitted to the Union the way 37 states have been admitted to the Union after the original 13 were. And that means, by the way, that 3/4 of the states, nearly 75% of the states, came in after the original 13. They appealed to Congress to use our powers under Article 4 of the Constitution to admit new states. They have exercised their powers under the First Amendment and under the Ninth Amendment and under the 10th Amendment to organize a new statehood constitution and to petition for admission to the Union. Now, we haven't, our muscle memory is weak here because it hasn't happened since Hawaii and Alaska. But my friends, Thomas Jefferson thought that this was the destiny of communities under the United States of America. We would not be a colonial power that would continue to lord over people perpetually. On the contrary, when he talked about the Northwest Ordinance, he said, as sufficient population formed and as commitment to democratic principles were realized, these new communities would be admitted as states. And I think as a matter of basic civic respect and self-respect, we owe the people of Washington our attention when they are asking for admission to the Union. These are people who pay more per capita in federal taxes than anybody in the country, more in hard dollars, I believe, than the people of 18 or 20 states. They've served in every war that America's ever fought. They're subject to the military draft. It's just that when Eleanor Holmes Norton, the distinguished professor of constitutional law from Georgetown University, comes to this floor, she comes as a non-voting delegate, and there's no representation and no voice over in the Senate. Well, that's an offense to basic democratic principles that we teach children in second grade. So we should be passing statehood again in the 118th Congress, the way we passed it in the 117th, the way we passed it in the 116th, and we should get the Senate to focus on it. But short of that, the very last thing we should be doing is rolling back the limited rights that the people of Washington have to exercise home rule powers. I oppose this resolution, and I'm happy to yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The D.C. Council has once again put its radical agenda ahead of the American people. This time, the district's progressive D.C. Council is directly disenfranchising American citizens. In this day and age, it's often the case that the only factor differentiating the privileges of American citizens from non-citizens is the right to vote. And the D.C. Council wants to erase that distinction. The United States Congress must exercise its constitutional oversight role over the District of Columbia, the seat of our nation's capital, and reject this offensive local legislation. In a time when our democratic institutions must be protected more than ever, it is imperative that the United States House of Representatives, the People's House, unite in opposition to the local resident voting rights Amendment Act. We must reject the D.C. Council's misguided efforts. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the sacred rights of the American citizenry by voting for Representative James Comer of Kentucky's resolution of disapproval. I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 97, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council and approving the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022.
The question now is on the passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution is
Mr.
passed.
Speaker, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
For what purpose do you rise?
To ask for the nays and the ayes, to request a recorded vote.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Requests for 1-minute speeches. Gentlewoman. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak out against the ongoing epidemic of gun violence in our cities and towns. There is no gun violence without guns. From the countless calls I've received from my constituents to the majority of Americans who have voiced their support for gun control reform, something must be done by Congress. So many Americans are haunted by the gun violence that has taken their loved ones, and that is why we should all be in favor of stronger gun laws to keep these weapons out of dangerous hands. Too many lives have been stolen. Too many children have been killed. For this reason, I will be introducing the Safer Neighborhoods Gun Buyback Act of 2023. My bill would provide federal grants to states and local governments and gun dealers to conduct gun buyback programs across the country. We need a national program to give all towns and cities the funds to get guns off of the streets. This is a common sense legislation and is, if no made into public
Gentleman's
law,
time is expired.
It would benefit our nation greatly.
Gentleman's
and with that,
time is expired.
I will yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in response to Biden's State of the Union address. As a reminder, I do not wish failure upon any sitting president, whether it is a Republican or a Democrat. Their success is our success. And when we wish for their failure, then the nation fails. We have had 2 years of one-party rule in the White House, in the Senate, and in the House. In those 2 very short years, we watched our thriving economy steer in the opposite direction. American households cannot afford food and gas. Our wages are failing to keep up with inflation that continues to increase. Since the president took office, we as a nation watched the average gas price go from $2.39 to our current average of $3.45. However, on day one of Biden's presidency, he killed the Keystone XL pipeline, which could have been supplying 830,000 barrels per day from Canada to the U.S. refineries, and depleted our strategic petroleum reserve to its lowest since 1984. Another time that President Biden failed to address was the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan. As a result, 13 brave service members lost their lives, and the Taliban have now taken back control of Afghanistan. I yield back.
Woman from Ohio. For what? Oh, after. For what purpose do you wish to be recognized?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks, and to invite my Ohio sisters to follow.
Without objection, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, during this week of the State of the Union, I rise to recognize the lifetime of work of Sue Doherty, a champion for seniors across Ohio. She and I are cheering the 8.7% cost of living increase for seniors and on their Social Security, and a cap on insulin costs for seniors at $35 per month. Sue serves as the founding executive director of Serving Our Seniors, a nonprofit organization located in Sandusky, Ohio, that supports the Erie County seniors as they progress in life. Ms. Doherty's passion for gerontology was born out of her experience as a nursing assistant in the summer following her freshman year at Ohio University. She went on to receive her bachelor's degree from Ohio University and earned her master's of public administration from Cleveland State University. Sue has utilized her knowledge and experience to create an excellent and friendly network for aging Ohioans to receive better treatment and resources as they age. She helped establish a system for seniors to seek proactive care instead of reactive care. Ms. Doherty has received nearly a dozen community service awards of excellence throughout her career, including the 2002 Acts of Caring Award from the National Association of Counties. I am honored to honor her lifetime of achievement and her work today. Today, all of America salutes Ohioan Sue Doherty. Thank her so much for her service to America, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Brown, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to emphasize the importance of closing the disposable e-cigarette loophole to continue our progress in reducing youth e-cigarette use. The dangerous disposable e-cigarette poses to our young people the dangerous disposable e-cigarettes posed to our young people cannot be underestimated. Currently, it is estimated that more than 700,000 middle and high school students vape on a daily basis, more than 700,000. And use of disposable e-cigarettes by our youth has increased by more than 2,000% since 2019. Although disguised with flavors like apple and strawberry, the truth is that a single e-cigarette can have the same amount of nicotine as an entire pack of cigarettes. A loophole left by the previous administration excludes e-cigarettes and disposable e-cigarette products from the tobacco flavoring guidelines, which are at the heart of this epidemic. Closing the Trump-era loophole will ensure the flavor ban applies to disposable e-cigarettes, keeping America's youth safe and healthy depends on it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember the Imperial Sugar Refinery explosion in my hometown of Pullman, Georgia in 2008. 15 years ago, 14 lives were tragically taken and several others were severely injured. I want to honor the victims of this tragedy, as well as the first responders and doctors who worked bravely to save lives. After the explosion, emergency vehicles quickly lined the access road leading out to the refinery. In total, there were around 60 first responders on the scene after the accident, working around the clock. After survivors were transferred to the burn center in Augusta, doctors worked diligently to save lives. Some patients were covered with burns on upwards of 90% of their bodies. If it had not been for the heroic work of everyone involved, the death toll could have been much higher. Our thoughts and prayers continue to be with the families of those whom we lost and with those who were injured. Thank you to our first responders and medical experts for this life-saving care they gave to all of those involved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to celebrate a philanthropist, community activist, a constituent of Ohio's 13th Congressional District, the birthplace of champions, and the greatest basketball player of all time, LeBron James. But we know him as just a kid from Akron, the GOAT, or King James. Yesterday, LeBron broke the NBA's scoring record previously set by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar with 38,390 points. It was a feat that once seemed almost impossible for anyone except for LeBron, but James has become known for making the improbable part of his routine, including 4 NBA championships, numerous MVP titles. Mr. Speaker, LeBron James has scored 38,390 points in his career, making history on the 38th day of the year of his 38th year of life with 38 points. LeBron, we celebrate you and all of your accomplishments. You have indeed earned the title of greatest of all time and cemented Ohio's 13th Congressional District as the birthplace of champions. From one kid from Akron to another, LeBron, we are proud of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Valadao, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, last night the President had a real opportunity to put partisanship aside and speak to all Americans. Not just Democrats or Republicans, but to all Americans. Instead of sending a unifying message, we heard even more divisive rhetoric from the President. There were a lot of people who are here willing to work with him across the aisle to get good things done for our people and our constituents all across the country, and I consider myself one of them. But the President makes it very difficult to do this when he continues to push lies about Republicans and our policies. My constituents in the Central Valley are struggling to put food on their table and gas in their tanks because of this administration. Unfortunately, the President failed to take accountability for many problems Americans across the country are experiencing under his failed leadership, from the rising cost of energy to the fentanyl coming across our open border. One issue that hits home for me in particular was that when President Biden said last night was about energy. During his address, the President told the nation that under his watch, energy bills and gas prices are going down. This is not true for my constituents. Over the last few years, my office has received countless calls from people whose natural gas bills have tripled due to the high price of natural gas in California. There are people all over, these are the same people who over the summer were paying over 6 times or over $6 a gallon to drive to work or to take their kids to school. These energy prices are crushing working-class families in my community and across the country. In my district, the oil and gas industry is critical, not just for energy production, but for the entire community. The industry is responsible for billions of dollars in state and local tax revenue that funds vital community services like public schools, hospitals, and law enforcement. Kern County is the leading energy provider for the state of California and number 7 oil-producing county in the nation. Yesterday, my guest was Chad Hathaway to the President's address. Chad owns and operates an independent oil company in Bakersfield and knows firsthand just how disastrous the energy policies of this administration have been. Energy producers like Chad not only provide resources to California, but the entire country. We have the resources right here in our own backyard, and we can and should be using it. While we as a country should continue to develop and pursue other sources of energy, we cannot abandon traditional energy sources like the President made clear last night that he wants to do. The Biden administration's energy policies are destroying affordable energy, high-paying jobs, and energy security for Central Valley families. There are a lot more stories to share about the impacts of this administration's policies, and tonight, House Republicans are reserved some time to respond to the President's address last night in this chamber, and to discuss some of the problems currently facing our country and the Republican vision for addressing them. I'd like to first yield to my good friend, Mike Johnson from Louisiana.
Well, I want to thank the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Valadeo, for handling this special order tonight and bringing our colleagues here to talk about the reality of this State of the Union that we experienced here less than 24 hours ago. I appreciate what you said, and I thought it was appropriate that you brought as your guest a constituent who's in the energy industry, because he explained how that domestic energy production has been decimated by this president and his administration, and it's having untold costs on the American people. But I wanted to begin with a quote, and I want to encourage my colleagues to listen carefully to these words of warning. This is really important. Quote, "The tsunami of debt created by the policies of this administration has to go somewhere. But as the rest of the world copes with the waves of U.S. debt, we are now all in the same leaky boat. There is just so much of our debt other nations want to hold. The more of it they accumulate, the closer we are to the day when they will not want any more. And when that happens, slowly or rapidly, our interest rates will go up, the value of their U.S. bonds will drop, and we will all have big problems. We need both more awareness and more understanding of this fundamental threat to our economic well-being and the global economy. But the roots of that threat lie in the disastrous policies of this administration." The quote continues, "Because this massive accumulation of debt was predicted, because it was foreseeable, because it was unnecessary, because it was the result of willful and reckless disregard for the warnings that were given and for the fundamentals of economic management, I am voting against the debt limit increase," unquote. Now, you want to guess who said that? It was not Speaker McCarthy. It was not Leader McConnell. In fact, it wasn't any Republican. That quote that I just read you is from Joe Biden himself when he was a senator in 2006. If he was honest, he would have used that same language right up here last night, but he didn't. Of course, he wasn't honest. By the way, in addition to his vocal opposition when he was a senator in 2003 and 2006, Senator Joe Biden joined Senate Democrats in opposing clean debt limit increases. In 2004, he missed the vote, but he said publicly he would have opposed it there as well. So 3 times as a senator, he opposed the debt limit increase. Well, he's singing a completely different tune now. Everybody heard it. Mr. Speaker, President Biden's address to the nation last night was a missed opportunity. Our country is mired in crisis after crisis of the president's own making. At home, at our border, abroad. Simply put, the president's rhetoric last night didn't match the reality that most Americans have been experiencing since he took office 2 years ago. John Adams said facts are stubborn things. And the actual state of our union is more accurately summed up by one word: decline. Let's talk about just a couple of those facts very quickly. Just a snapshot. When President Joe Biden took office, we had peace through strength. We had American energy independence, actually dominance. We had lower consumer prices, and we had inflation at about 1.4%. But since he took over 2 years ago, now we have war through weakness, we have foreign energy dependence, we have sky-high consumer prices, and the inflation rate in December was 6.5%. Now you tell me, are you better off today than you were 2 years ago? No, and that's what the polls indicate. Most Americans say and respond to the polls that they're doing worse off financially and in many other respects since this president took over. Right now, prices are still rising, crime is rising, drug overdoses are rising, illegal immigration is rising, and our country's leadership looks embarrassed and weak on the world stage. Republicans urge President Biden to take advantage of the State of the Union to chart a new direction, to get us out of this mess, to reverse the policies that have gotten us into this, to accept responsibility for the declining state of our country and pledge to do better. But you know what? He didn't do that. He wouldn't have been the first American president to seek a reset. Presidential resets are common, they're often necessary, but he wouldn't acknowledge that last night. He did the opposite. The reality is that families right now across this country, in my district and in all of our districts, everybody knows this, are still paying more for just about everything, including food and gasoline and electricity and rent in every category. And according to all the polls, they can feel it, regardless of what this president wants to say from this podium in this chamber. Here's what we need to do. We need to curb the wasteful government spending that is raising the price of groceries and gas and cars and housing and growing our national debt. And we need to increase take-home pay. We need to create good-paying jobs and bring stability to the economy through pro-growth policies that will enliven our economy and broaden the pathway out of poverty for more people. But that's not what this president is suggesting. You know what their solution was last night and every day here? More government and more government growth and more spending. Does anybody really think that our national debt continuing to climb unchecked is an acceptable outcome in this year's debt ceiling talks? Joe Biden himself didn't think that. At least he didn't when he was a senator. And if no one thinks that, then let's start doing something about it. President Biden could have started last night, but he didn't. And it was a missed opportunity. And I think it was shameful. And I think the American people know better. I'm grateful to my friend from California for yielding the time, and I'll turn it back over to him.
Thank you. I appreciate your words. One of the things we talked about last night, or the president mentioned in his speech, was that he wants to source more materials from the U.S. And as we've talked a little bit about energy, we've seen pictures of parts of the Amazon rainforest demolished so they can continue to drill wells over there. So we're importing, we're damaging environments, and we're not doing it here in the U.S., creating American jobs, doing it in the best way we could possibly can in the world, delivering clean energy for our American people. It's totally frustrating, so I appreciate the comments, Mr. Johnson. Next, I'd like to yield to my colleague from South Carolina, Ralph Norman.
I want to thank Congressman Valdeo for hosting this all-important subject, really on our entire country and the state of it. Last night, Americans tuned in to the State of the Union. The State of the Union is a very important address for the American people for a lot of different reasons. One, the history of it since 1790, 233 years. That the president has addressed a body that has all three branches of government: the executive branch, the House, the Supreme Court, the Cabinet, the Joint Chiefs of Staff. All were here last night. Now, what's the purpose of the State of the Union? The State of the Union is where the leader of the free world gives a vision for America. They give their solutions to problems facing America. They give answers to questions that have been asked by the American people. What we saw last night from President Biden was a total embarrassment. What we saw last night was a president who was more eager to criticize this great nation than it was to heal our wounds. Here are my questions. Mr. Biden, why did you not offer solutions to these problems? Why did you not offer solutions to the invasion of our border to the tune of 5 million illegals that are crossing our border every day? Why do you not believe that a nation is not a nation unless it has borders? Mr. Biden, why did you not address the drugs that, as a result of the invasion at the border, the drugs, fentanyl primarily coming from China to Mexico back into our nation, that are killing thousands of people, 100,000 last year? Why do you not care about that? Mr. Biden, why did you not address our gas and oil problems? Why did you shut the Keystone Pipeline? Why do you like foreign oil of OPEC nations, many who don't like us, example, Venezuela, Iraq, Iran? Why do you like their oil better than American oil? Mr. President, why did you not address our national debt? Why did you not have solutions to what you were going to propose in a budget that you should have already produced that you have not done? Mr. President, why have you not addressed our crime problem? You cannot turn on any TV station without seeing the blue sirens, the deaths of many innocent people, the rampant crime that's up double digits in every city of America. Instead, you chose to criticize our great police force. Why did you not address the problem that we're all having with the police shortages that exist in this very Capitol? Why did you not address, Mr. President, a national security threat from China? Why did you not address the balloon that was allowed to go over our great country for 8 days? Why did you shoot it over the Atlantic Ocean and not the Pacific? Why did you not shoot it over Alaska? Why did you not shoot it down or allow it to be shot down over Montana, which the worst that could have happened would have been a deer and an antelope that may have been hurt from a falling balloon? Mr. President, why did you not answer why you left $80 billion of our finest military equipment in Afghanistan? Why did you turn that over to our enemies? Why did you close Bagram, the Bagram base, our military base, which is strategically located? Why did you not make sure every American was out before you pulled the military out? Mr. President, these are just a few of the questions that you are directly responsible for, and the reason you did not answer them is because your position is you're causing them, and it matters not to you. You know, last night it became apparent we have a president who not only refuses to acknowledge the realities that we face today, but you're doubling down on it. The spending that you're now placing on the American taxpayer will bankrupt this country, and you're perfectly content to move along with these insane spending that this country cannot take. We are at the end of the runway with the spending that you are putting on the American people. The taxpayers deserve better. The American people deserve better. And I think it's now, I'm happy to join my Republican colleagues. We're going to come up with a budget. We're going to put this country back on a path of financial security. Financial security is national security. And I'm happy to say that we're finally willing to address it. No longer can we turn a blind eye, and no longer can we allow the leader of the free world to inflict the pain that he is inflicting on America. And I'm proud of my Republican colleagues to address this. And I will say this. I will say one good thing this president did in his speech. He united all true conservatives to fight the policies that are destroying this nation, and that he is willing to happen on his watch. Thank you, Congressman Valadao. I appreciate you doing this, and I yield back.
I appreciate your comments. The gentleman from South Carolina made a great point. We know the history that's happened in this building over the years, and this floor has been used since 1848. And I don't know if I've ever seen a crowd respond like they did last night, but I think it was the appropriate response, being that the president, for the first time in, I think, my 9th or 10th time attending one of these, said something that he knew was false about an entire party. It was unfortunate to see. Next, I'd like to yield some time to Mike Collins from Georgia, the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for yielding, and I also want to thank my sister, Crystal, and my other sister, April, for being with me here today. Mr. Speaker, last night we heard President Biden's fairy tale version of the State of our Union. But I'll tell you, Americans know he's just doesn't line up with what they're seeing and feeling out there. They know our economy is in shambles. And they also know that the only thing higher than food and energy prices out there right now are Chinese spy balloons. Our border is in a mess, and the whole time our government's over trying to secure Ukraine's border. The bottom line is that our country is suffering under the weight of the Biden administration's America Last policies, and unfortunately last night, he's doubling down. He's doubling down on a failed agenda that brought us here. And the only answers that he offers are bigger government and more control over our lives. You know, I wish I could say I was surprised, but these are always the solutions offered by the other side of the aisle, the same ones that got us in this mess. So let's set the record straight. Mr. Speaker, reopening the economy after his party shut it down, that's not creating jobs. More taxes and regulations on small businesses will not promote growth. Bringing business back to America from overseas just to tax and regulate them will not return jobs to our shores. And more spending and debt, that definitely will not lower inflation. And telling Americans to kick back, put your feet up, depend on the government, wait on a check, and hope for a better life doesn't empower them to reach their potential. Because as we know, no successful person built a career or provided for their family by hanging around and waiting for the government to redistribute other people's income. It's time to let Americans run with the ball by letting them keep more of their hard-earned money, getting government off their backs, paying down our national debt, and promoting self-reliance and personal responsibility again in this country. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia. Now I'd like to yield some time to my friend from Texas who I had the honor of doing a little shooting with in the last few weeks down there. Had a great time. Brian Babin from Texas.
Thank you very much. Appreciate this special order. To you, my friend from California, David, thank you so very much. Predictably, the president spent 72 minutes trying to sell us another bill of goods last night. He's so out of touch with reality that he thinks Americans are actually buying what he said. But his time would have been much better spent apologizing to the country for being one of the weakest, if not the weakest, commander-in-chief in the history of our country. From his botched withdrawal from Afghanistan to his mismanagement of the economy to his horrific border crisis, Joe Biden is a president of failure. In just 2 years, he has successfully made us less on all fronts. Less profitable, less sustainable, less safe, less prosperous, less free. His consistent weakness on the world stage has emboldened our adversaries and sent our allies running. I don't say this lightly. You don't have to look hard for examples. The Chinese surveillance balloon that he allowed to fly across country, our entire country, last week comes to mind. It took him 4 days to shoot it down, and yet he wants us to believe that he's being tough on China. Give me a break. The world is full of wolves. They know America is being led by sheep. President Biden spoke for over an hour, and yet he failed to thank our Border Patrol agents, mention border security, or take responsibility for the thousands of Americans dying from fentanyl that is being smuggled across our open and erased southern border. Instead, he calls for mass amnesty for millions of illegal aliens. Nearly 300 Americans die of an overdose every single day. That's almost as many as our daily casualties during World War II. Think about that. But if we're being honest, we all expected nothing more than a speech that left truth waiting on the sidelines. That's exactly what we got. House Republicans have done more to restore and strengthen America in our first month in power than the Democrats have done in the last 2 years. Because where the left prioritizes authoritarian-style control, Republicans believe in the freedom that our forebears fought and died for. As Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders so eloquently said last night, quote, "America is the greatest country the world has ever known because we're the freest country that the world has ever known. We don't bend to a woke mob pushing insanity or insane policies over common sense. Republicans serving in this esteemed chamber stand united and will be the hammer that shatters the Democrats' radical agenda. We are committed to ensuring America is secure and is strong and is free. This is a promise that we will keep. We will not leave you in the lurch. We are fighting for you and the American dream that we all love. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Well, Mr. Speaker, we've run out of speakers, but just closing comments here. I've been here for a few years, and I've had the opportunity to watch a lot of presidents speak. And in those years that I've been here, I've had some tough votes. I've watched some, I've made some tough comments. But what I saw yesterday was a disappointment in my view. To see a president get up and say some of the things he said, to attack an entire party, when he knows there's people in this group here that are willing to work with them to actually help the American people, try to solve the problems that our folks need us to solve for them. It was frustrating. And that was why I took the opportunity to be here today. I'm always looking for those opportunities to work with whichever president it may be, if it was President Obama or President Trump or now President Biden. And there's always places we can work together. And we've got a lot of things that need to be resolved for the American people. What I saw last night was an opportunity that was missed by this president, and hopefully he'll be able to make that up and we can get to work for the American people. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president and to direct their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. With that, we ready? Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very honored to be a member of these chambers, the House of Representatives. Very proud to have been blessed to be born an American citizen, and very proud to be raised by my immigrant parents in this great country, in a community called Pacoima. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in celebration of Black History Month. My neighborhood of Pacoima has a long and rich history of wonderful, beautiful, amazing Black Americans, untold stories, and uncelebrated heroes who have shaped the San Fernando Valley and my neighborhood of Pacoima. The community that I call home, the community where my immigrant parents raised my 10 brothers and sisters and I. This is the community that gave us our first Latino United States Senator to represent the great state of California, Senator Alex Padilla. A little known fact is that the first Congress member from Pacoima and the San Fernando High School is my esteemed colleague, the Honorable Barbara Lee. As a teenager, Congresswoman Barbara Lee began her activism when she refused to accept the segregation of her high school cheerleading squad. Rather than accept this injustice, she challenged the white majority school and turned the local chapter of the NAACP to advocate to allow minorities the opportunity to be cheerleaders. Congresswoman Lee was victorious and won the right to cheer for her school. She was the first African-American cheerleader in the history of our high school, San Fernando High School. She is now a champion for justice as a United States Congresswoman. The history of Black Americans in Pacoima that dates back to World War II. Following the World War, due to racist red line policies, African American families were only able to purchase homes in the communities such as Compton in South Los Angeles, Sun Village in the High Desert, and Pacoima in the San Fernando Valley. By 1960, almost all of the 10,000 African Americans in the San Fernando Valley lived in Pacoima. This community became the center of African American life in the San Fernando Valley. Pacoima was known as California's first Black suburb. One of the examples was the development of the Joe Louis homes. These homes were the only hope and opportunity for African Americans to have home ownership. These homes are named after the former heavyweight boxing champion whose name was used as a ruse to steer black buyers to Pacoima. Joe Louis had little or nothing to do with these real estate developments. But from this, African Americans living in Pacoima set a foundation of the beautiful community that I call home. It is a history filled with heartbreak and tragedy, hope and inspiration. Pacoima's Black history is a thread that keeps our community together. I would like to use this opportunity to spotlight community leaders that are the cornerstone of our history of Pacoima. Religious leaders like the Broaddus family. The Broaddus name is embedded in Pacoima's history through the countless contributions made by Reverend Broaddus and his family. Reverend Hillary T. Broaddus was the founder of Pacoima's Calvary Baptist Church and served the community faithfully. He helped organize the San Fernando Valley chapter of the NAACP and led efforts to build Hubert H. Humphrey Memorial Recreation Center. Reverend Broaddus was a World War II veteran. He owned and operated a successful barbershop before he turned to the ministry in 1952. In May of 1955, he founded the Calvary Baptist Church of Pacoima. Through the Calvary Baptist Church, he played a fundamental role in bringing healthcare, educational, and recreational opportunities to our community. The former Fillmore Street School is now named in honor of Reverend Hillary T. Broaddus. In 2022, Hillary T. Broaddus Elementary School administration, parents, and students, along with local artist Juan Reyes, painted the largest mural in the Los Angeles Unified School District in honor of the contributions he and his family made to the Pacoima community. Mother Rose Lee Broaddus. Mother Rose Lee Broaddus co-founded Calvary Baptist Church with her husband, Hillary T., in 1955, and served as vice president of the first board of directors of the Pacoima NAACP. Her legendary involvement in the community organizations included Church Women United, Braille Institute, Fair Housing Council, Pacoima Coordinating Council, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, PTA, Los Angeles Public Library, and the YWCA. She was also the first to organize Negro History Week programs in the San Fernando Valley. She served as a board member of the Valley Faith Interfaith Council, charged with overseeing local senior citizen centers. Reverend Hillary and Mother Rose Lee Broaddus raised 10 amazing children, 6 of them pursuing religious and community causes. Unfortunately, 3 of the Broadduses are no longer with us. The Broaddus children include Reverend Alicia Broaddus Duncan, the oldest of 10 children. In the late 1970s, she became a minister. She was a fierce advocate for seniors and served as the executive director of the Northeast Valley Multipurpose Senior Center. In 1990, she was tapped to head the merger of what had been 2 senior centers into one large center. The facility serving the diverse Northeast San Fernando Valley with a team of over 80 staffers. The services provided at the senior centers are critical to the thousands of seniors living in our community. They provide instrumental resources on nutrition programs, arts programming, socializing activities, and transportation. After her unfortunate passing, the center was renamed in honor of her, the Alicia Broaddus Duncan Multi-Generational Senior Center. The center continues to serve as a community hub for our entire neighborhood. Apostle William T. Broaddus was the leader of Calvary Baptist following his father's legacy, where he established the Children's Church at Calvary, the Calvary Baptist Church Social Service Ministry, and the Calvary Baptist Koinonia Bookstore. Apostle Broaddus led ministry trips to Africa, campaigned against street violence, set up a Latino ministry, and advocated for formerly incarcerated individuals and for economic development in the Northeast Valley. The city of Los Angeles dedicated the intersection of Vaughn Street and Dronefield Avenue in honor of Apostle William T. Broaddus. Reverend Arthur Lee Broaddus. Reverend Arthur was the musical soul of the Broaddus family. He was the choir leader and former director of the Pacoima Community Youth Cultural Center Choir. Reverend Arthur served as the San Fernando Valley field representative for Los Angeles Mayor Tom Bradley. During the 1992 riots, in an effort to calm any potential violence, he dispatched ministers to hotspots throughout the valley. He was a mover and a shaker of the community and always looked to unify the neighborhood. All the Broadus children, Marie Broadus Nellums, Rosita Faraha Broadus, Hillary L. Broadus, Reverend Zeter E. Broadus, Reverend Pamela J. Broadus, Reverend M. Cecilia Broadus, Francis Broadus, Opit, they are the definition of community service, and their work is seen every day in the streets of Pacoima and beyond. When it comes to empowerment, Marie Harris, community activist and honorary mayor of Pacoima, was born on October 10, 1922 in Houston, Texas. She attended schools in Pittsburgh and married Alvin Harris soon after her high school graduation. She led efforts to develop the first new major shopping center called Pacoima Plaza for the Stars. Marie, a Pacoima resident since 1960, was a devoted mother of 3 children and known for organizing local fashion show fundraisers. Marie was an amazing fashion designer. She spurred the Pacoima Property Owners Association and produced the Back to Pacoima Expo, a long-running reunion for expatriate residents of Pacoima at Hanson Dam. She was a fierce advocate for the San Fernando Valley and was one of the 3 original signatories to begin the process for the San Fernando Valley to secede from the city of Los Angeles. She did this to spark the debate and ensure that the San Fernando Valley residents received their fair share of the city services. She was a true community leader, advocating to get streets paved, clean sidewalks, and tree trimming, and much more. Harris is survived by her 3 children, Sydney, Rolene, and Alton, 5 grandchildren, and many, many great-grandchildren. In her honor, Pacoima's late honorary mayor, Marie Harris, the city of Los Angeles proclaimed the center of Glen Oaks Boulevard and Van Nuys Boulevard Marie Harris Square. When it comes to civic duty, Jose de Sosa, former president of the San Fernando Valley NAACP and active civil rights leader, is the epitome of civic duty. In 1988, he was elected as the first statewide president of the NAACP. He was born in Panama City, the Republic of Panama, and later migrated to New York City. He enlisted in the United States Air Force and served our country for nearly 10 years. De Sosa worked for the Pacific Telephone and Telegraph Company. Soon after the company merged with AT&T, he and his wife, Juanita, moved to Pacoima. As president of the NAACP, he used his Black and Latino heritage to build working relationships between both cultures. He was a passionate critic of the tactics and procedures of the Los Angeles Police Department and led the effort to ban the use of the battering ram and the chokehold by LAPD. He led peaceful efforts to unite hundreds of community members demanding for change. He was a former board member of the Neighborhood Legal Services of Los Angeles County, and to this day, their community room in Pacoima is named in honor of him. We have many legendary sports heroes that emanate from our community of Pacoima, especially at our great San Fernando High School. San Fernando High School Tigers football team. During the 1960s and 1970s, home of the Mighty Tigers was the training ground of future USC Trojans and NFL stars. An A-list of players such as Charles White, Anthony Davis, Kevin Williams, and Manfred Moore. Charles White, who recently passed away, was a track and football star at San Fernando High School. He was a star running back and won back-to-back city football championships at our high school. He then went on to USC, where Charles White was an All-American and the 1979 Heisman Trophy winner. He played in the NFL and led the NFL in rushing yards and was selected to the Pro Bowl in 1987. After his retirement, Charles worked for USC And despite his struggles with addiction and mental health throughout his career, he was a true star. Unfortunately, we recently lost Charles White on January 11th, 2023. Anthony Davis was also another football star. He was also an All-American in 1974 who played for the USC Trojans. At San Fernando High School, he was a running back during their city championship run. He was known by Sports Illustrated as the Notre Dame Killer when he infamously led USC to a comeback victory. Notre Dame had a 24-0 lead. But before the end of the first quarter, Anthony Davis scored a touchdown, which kicked off a 55-point comeback. He scored 6 touchdowns, ran and caught for 368 total yards performance in one of the games in a game versus the Fighting Irish. Anthony Davis helped lead the Trojans to 3 Rose Bowl games, including victories in 1973 and 1975, and 2 national championships during his 3 seasons. During his Trojan career, Davis won 5 national championships, 2 in football and 3 in baseball. He played his professional career in the NFL, the USFL, and the CFL. Another great star is Kevin Williams, who was also a USC football and track star and part of the tremendous trio with White and Moore at San Fernando High School. Known by his family as Little Man and nicknamed The Bug, he was known for his speed and elusiveness on the field. He played for USC and was drafted to the NFL. After his athletic career, he worked as a brakeman for the Santa Fe Trains. We unfortunately lost him in 1996 in a devastating accident. Manfred Moore, before Charles and Anthony and Kevin were there, Manfred Moore, he was the running back for the 1967 San Fernando High School City Champions. He was also a state wrestling champion as well. As a USC Trojan, he was part of the 1972 national championship team that had one of the most dominant college seasons ever. These 4 mighty Tigers set the bar of athletic excellence for all of us in the San Fernando Valley. They are all true champions. Andre Crouch. Andre Crouch, who was a musical career began at home. He was the son of a minister where he found his love and passion for gospel music. His father, Reverend Benjamin Crouch, founded the New Christ Memorial Church. Andre bridged the gap between gospel and mainstream music, working with major stars such as Michael Jackson, Madonna, and Quincy Jones. Songs like Michael Jackson's Man in the Mirror, Madonna's Like a Prayer, became pop hits because of Andre E's musical genius. He also received Oscar nominations for the musical arrangements for movies such as The Color Purple and Disney's The Lion King. His popularity laid the foundation of R&B influence in gospel music to this day. His 8 Grammys were instrumental in the merging of pop, contemporary, and gospel and soul. When it comes to educating the children of our community, there is no one like Leroy Chase. For more than 50 years, the San Fernando Valley Boys and Girls Club president was the tenacious Leroy Chase, running one of the oldest non-for-profits in Pacoima. In 1968, he was hired and ended up expanding the small storefront into the large facility that it is today. Leroy provided resources to over 75,000 youth. One of those youth was me. He gave me my first job. After school, this was a place where boys and girls could study and do their homework. It served as a safe space to stay out of trouble. I would not be here if it wasn't for Leroy Chase. In honor of Leroy, the city of Los Angeles will be dedicating the intersection of Glen Oaks Boulevard and Pierce Street in his honor, in his name. The legacy of the San Fernando Valley Boys and Girls Club carries on through the work of his daughter, Nicole Chase, who currently serves as the president and CEO of the San Fernando Valley Boys and Girls Club, and continues the legacy of being a center for kids to learn and play. This is all done so that kids like me could reach their full potential, and we are so blessed to have Leroy Chase and his family in our lives. I close by thanking the Pacoima Historical Society and their president, Crystal Jackson, for ensuring that this history, the history of my community, our community, is being shared with future generations, and the great work and legacy created by these leaders will always be remembered and always be in our hearts. I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to take some of the time afforded me as a member of the House of Representatives to comment on the amazing, wonderful work that our president, President Biden, is doing and his administration. As I said earlier, I'm blessed to be a member of the chambers of the House of Representatives, to be able to speak on this floor, to be able to address my fellow Americans about the issues that face us, the challenges that we've had, and the hope and challenges that we will tackle in the future. President Biden and his administration is one of the most successful administrations in just these 2 short years that most administrations have yet to accomplish in 4 or 8 years. And I'm excited for the next 2 years to come. People talk about our government is divided, but at the end of the day, I truly believe in my heart that by working together, by hearing each other, we will be able to accomplish what we were sent to accomplish for the people of this great nation, but also, more importantly, to make sure that we restore the confidence that the world has in the reputation of the United States of America. Just recently, one of the most devastating earthquakes that has taken thousands and thousands of lives occurred in Turkey and Syria. And immediately, the Biden administration, along with all of the communities around the country, rallied together to send help and rescue teams to the people in need. Now, that's the United States of America that I've always known. That's the United States of America that we all can and should be proud of. That's the United States of America that we have some work to do to restore our reputation around the world. Because not every presidency is the same, Mr. Speaker. Some presidencies have torn down our image. But I'm so proud of the fact that President Biden and his administration is doing the work that we all deserve as Americans for our president to do, is to restore our position and the faith that people have in what good it is to know that the United States of America is here and we're to help. We're here to be assisting, and more importantly, in any time of need, we're ready to help any nation who needs our support and our help, especially those nations who aspire to be a democracy, especially those nations who need us to be there to make sure that we can help human beings live a dignified life. And I'm here to say, Mr. Speaker, that we've done it time and time again for generation after generation after generation to help as a world leader without compromising the commitment and the dedication that we have to the people of our great nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikart, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. When I first got here, there was sort of a joke. There were 2 ways to get in trouble around here. One was to say something stupid, and one was to tell everyone the truth they don't want to hear. We're going to see if I can get myself in trouble tonight. I've come behind this microphone repeatedly over the last few years trying to do the math. If you're one of the people around this campus, because we're probably right now on 1,000 televisions around this campus, and you actually care about the math, please give me a little bit of your time. I've never done a set of presentation that actually has made my stomach turn more than this. We have spent the last couple weeks with my joint economic economist. I'm blessed to be on the Ways and Means Committee. I chair oversight, but I also am the senior Republican on joint economic, meaning I have some freaky smart people that work for me. And we've been trying to figure out what the math looks like for this nation a decade from now. Remember, we have lots of people who ran this last election saying, we're going to balance the budget in 10 years. Wonderful. Do you understand the math? So we actually sat down and broke apart every document we could find, every projection from CBO. And I care a lot about this. I accept I'm an older dad. My wife and I spent years trying to adopt. We were able to adopt an amazing little girl. She's 7. And we just are in the process of finishing up adopting her brother, who's 7 months old. So yes, my wife and I are 60 years old and we have a 7-month-old. So we are pathologically optimistic about this country. But please, look at the math I'm about to show you and then tell me what you are willing to advocate to save my little boys, my daughter's future, your kids' future, your own retirement. Okay. CBO baseline, Congressional Budget Office baseline. If we just keep doing what we're doing, and there's no recession, there's no war, there's no more pandemic in 2034, so that is 10 budget cycles from right now. The baseline number is we'll be borrowing $2.6 trillion that single year. And it gets worse from there because the next year, Social Security Trust Fund is gone, and we always made the assumption that when it blows up, you're not going to double senior poverty in this country. And this is not a non sequitur. I was just so angry at the president's speech last night on the comments about, promise me you're not going to cut Social Security and Medicare. We're not going to cut Social Security and Medicare, but are you promising you're going to work with us to save it? Where was the discussion saying all the data says in 10 years the trust fund is gone and there's a 23% cut out there? And I'm going to show you at the end of this slide deck that the pandering from my brothers and sisters on the left, just raise the taxes. It doesn't fix the problem. It doesn't even come close. And instead of having a moral discussion from this podium over here saying we're going to not let doubling of senior poverty happen in this country, we're going to work together. It was used for a campaign's kickoff. This number here is the baseline. So for all of us running around saying we're going to balance it in 10 years, great. You have a structural $2.6 trillion on 2034. That's 10 budget years from now. Where are you going to get it? So let's walk through the math even more to understand where we're at in the fragility. Let's say over the next 10 years, there's 1% more interest on what CBO was projecting last year. What was 1% do to us? It basically means on that 2034, that 10-year budget from now, you're sitting at $3.1 trillion structural deficit. That's every year. That's the baseline deficit with just 1 point change in interest rates. You're going to balance in 10 years. I want to balance in 10 years. You find me $3.1 trillion that will be gone in 10 years. Do you understand how bad the math is? But we're going to talk about the shiny objects around here. Oh, there's a balloon. The balloon's a problem.
oh, there's this, it's a problem. This is what will take down the republic. And it's hard to talk about it. It's math, and I don't know how to make math necessarily interesting. But it always wins, and we produced this chart, and I know this one's geeky. We basically took all the CBO projections, and we partially stole this from others, so I can't, our economic team can't take all the credit for it. What it's basically telling you is most of the projections, almost all the projections from CBO have been far too optimistic. So when I'm showing you numbers, I'm basing them on the CBO numbers, and oh, by the way, historically, they've been far too optimistic. You get the punchline? Now, the only other caveat I need to give you on the math is because it's going to take 10 days or so to calculate it. We haven't done the interest adjustment, so I'm going to show you on some of these of what would happen if we got rid of this portion of discretionary, if we got rid of all discretionary, got rid of defense, did this. Okay, you have interest savings there. I have not done that calculation yet. And there's a whole other concept I've talked about here, that if we could convince the debt markets here and around the world that buy all this U.S. sovereign debt, that we might get lower interest rates because they realize we're starting to be serious about what the future looks like, and that we're really serious that we are going to have capacity to manage our future debt, that we're going to suppress it, and over time, the growth. Remember, there's two sides to this ledger. We need to find a way to grow like crazy. And we're going to have to discuss things that are uncomfortable. We're going to have to discuss how to fix the immigration system, how to fix the cost of health care, how to do a tax system that is all about growth, a trade system that is about growth. Blowing up the bureaucracy in this country using technology. The regulatory state, much of it could be done through technology instead of armies of unionized employees. But we need to almost just be fixated on economic growth. And then we got to tell the truth about our demographics and what drives this debt. So remember my two caveats here. It's going to still take me a couple weeks to do all the interest calculations, but these numbers are pretty darn accurate. So let's sort of walk through it. Let's do some of the budget discussions we're all having. What would happen if I came to you tomorrow and said, hey, we're right now doing the 2024 budget, but we adopted the 2021 baseline. So this means for all discretionary spending, the FBI, the Park Service, the Defense Department, everything, it is government other than the earned entitlements, the mandatory spending. We adopt the 2021 baseline, and we go from there and held constant, the 21 level. That basically means no inflation. So if you had, 2-3% inflation at the end of a decade, the purchasing power of that is 25, 28, 30% less? But you held it constant. There's no growth. You adopt the 2021 budget in this 2024 we're building on right now and say we're holding discretionary, no defense increased spending, nothing. In 10 budget years, you still have $1.9 trillion of borrowing. How many of you understand how ugly this is? And look, I will get people who will start emailing me, texting me, going into our website. I don't like what he says. It's math. And if you don't believe me, go online. All the congressional CBO reports are there. The OMB reports are there. The Social Security Actuary report is there. That one's a little harder to read, but the CBO just did one a few days ago. That's a really easy read. But you don't get to just look at the executive summary. You got to read the whole damn thing. Take out your highlighter, go through it, and then tell me what your ideas are. I came here from the last couple weeks and said, let's walk through some of the suggestions. Hey, we'll get rid of all foreign aid. In this coming year, it takes care of a couple weeks of borrowing. Get rid of congressional salaries. That will take care of it. Well, that took care of 28 minutes of borrowing for a whole year. And the numbers actually get worse. So let's have a little fun here. So let's say instead of using the 2021 baseline budget for discretionary, that's defense, that's everything that's not a mandatory spend. So we're going to now use 2019. And we're not going to let it grow at dime. So every year, inflation, that purchasing power goes down, but we're not going to do it. We're going to hold defense, so the purchasing power of defense a decade from now is what? 28, 30% less because of the inflation. You still have a $1.6 trillion borrow 10 years from now. How many of you are ready to vote for that because you promised, we're going to balance in 10 years? But it's the math. I'm going to say it over and over. Unless you have a revolution in the cost of health care, you don't do it by cutting, you do it by cures, by innovation, by competition. You've got to have a revolution, and then you have that type of competition and disruption all through government. Unless there's a revolution in growth, this is your future. This is my children's future. So let's go to the other flip side. How bad is the number really? So 10 budget years from now, which is 2034, no discretionary. No discretionary spending on defense. We basically say, hey, we trust everyone. We cuddle everyone in the world. Yeah, we're all buddies. You just wiped out the Defense Department. You still have almost $1 trillion of borrowing in the 2034 budget. So let's do the opposite. If you actually look at the numbers where you had no discretionary at all, no discretionary, there's no, government as you know it is gone. There's no defense. So all the constitutional obligations we have to provide for are just gone. We walk away from the Constitution. Now, we haven't done, my caveat again, we still haven't done the interest savings calculations on the savings. And would the bond markets treat us more kindly because we're taking debt seriously because they'll know we'll have plenty of money to pay our obligations. But if you just do the straight line number, a decade from now, you're still borrowing $300 billion. That is how big the mandatory spending is. And understand, most of the debt's coming, 3/4 of it comes from the growth of Medicare. And you had a president behind that podium last night. Did he talk about the morality of us keeping our promises and the fact we're going to have to work together and do really hard things to make this economy grow, to actually add competitions in these things so we crash the price because we're going to keep our promises? Instead, it was almost sounded like pandering for the next election. Does this place have a soul? And you start to look at the reality of different scenarios. So once again, what we just did, CBO baseline, $2.6 trillion of borrowing in 10 years. If we got discretionary, we used the 2019 discretionary and just held it. No growth, no growth. You're still borrowing $1.6 trillion in 10 years. If you come and say, well, let's use the 21 budget, and we'll just take that discretionary budget on defense and everything else, and we freeze it. You're still borrowing $1.9 trillion in 10 years. How about we do this? There's no defense. Well, you're still borrowing 0.9, so almost $1 trillion. Well, what if you had non-defense? So you do this, saying, we'll pay for defense, but we get rid of all of the rest of government. You're still borrowing $1.4 trillion in 10 years. If you get rid of all discretionary, with my caveat, we haven't done the interest calculations, all the interest savings calculations. But if you do it as a straight line, you're still borrowing $300 billion. I've come here dozens and dozens of different times, and I've shown the little pie chart saying, do you understand, 71% of all spending was mandatory. Now, much of these are earned benefits, and look at the shrinking part that's discretionary. Maybe doing it in reverse now, people will understand. If you're heading towards retirement, do you understand what this means to you? If you're crazy like I am, and I have a 7-month-old, this is the moral question of our time. And instead, how many speeches were behind any of these microphones today giving a damn about the country's future? Yes, but we were looking for a good political edge that will look good on my next campaign thing. And to the people who keep trolling our attempt to find a way to save the Social Security Trust Fund so you don't have grandma having to have a 23% cut in 10 years. I have one that keeps, maybe it's a bot, that keeps sending in things to our office saying, just increase the taxes, so take all income and make it subject to the Social Security tax. Okay, fine. Guess what? We found it in the Social Security Actuary Report. Go read the damn thing. If you take every dime of income in the country and do the original Social Security formula, so I'm taking 90% of all income, and what is it? Well, and forgive me, I'm going to get this wrong. Last year it was $142,000 was subject to the Social Security, 12.4%. And we basically now, I know that's going up because, and it's taking good pop because of inflation, but we basically say every dime of earnings, you make $1 million a year, every dime of your earnings is subject to the 12.4% Social Security tax. I only cover 31% of the shortfall. For my brothers and sisters on the left, read the actuarial reports, not the political highlight talking points. If we're going to save it, you got to actually buy a calculator, put batteries in it, and start sitting down with people like me who passionately are going to protect seniors. We're going to protect our promise, but I can't do it without you. I have divided government here. I have a president up there that got up and said things that were mathematically absurd. And the family motto, the math will always win. And it always does. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, may I ask how much time I have left?
The gentleman has 12 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I've done this chart, and there's an update on this chart coming in a couple weeks. And I'm told it's going to look substantially uglier. But this is the reality. And remember, this chart was built like 2 years ago. Every dime of the $114 trillion of borrowing in today's dollars that we expect to have 30 years from now, 75% of it is functionally Medicare, 25% is if we actually reach into the general fund and backfill the collapse of the Social Security Trust Fund, which happens in 10 years. Oh, and the rest of the budget is actually calculated to have about $1.9 trillion positive. We got old. I'm a baby boomer. I'm a crazy baby boomer. I have a 7-month-old. Greatest little boy you ever met. I wanted to bring a big picture of him. He's so cute. And I will do whatever's necessary to protect my kids. But this is the truth. Unless this is part of every conversation around here, we're not telling the truth, because this is going to drive every discussion of policy. I want to spend more on defense. Have you figured out this? I want to spend more on the environment. Have you figured out this? I want to help other countries. Have I figured out this? Unless you're willing to work on the morality of, here's what's about to happen to us because it's our demographics. Are you going to adopt policies from the immigration, the tax code, to technology, to everything that grows like crazy this nation? And then are you going to take on the cartels that cost us so much money? Are you going to actually build a world where we crash the price of healthcare because you use technology, because you cured diseases? And some of that may be utopian. We don't have a choice. And for everyone else who says, saying, well, I just want my money back. If you're someone out there who will say, for Social Security and Medicare, just give me my money back, we will take that deal in a second. Now, people forget, Social Security is progressive. If you're a lower income worker, you work your 40 quarters, you get actually quite a spiff on the taxes you paid. If you're a higher income worker on Social Security and you had your 40 quarters, you actually get less than you actually paid in. But the average, if you do the mean, a couple on Social Security, you will have paid in about $625,000 in taxes over your 40 quarters, and you're going to get back $698,000. Now, you would have made a hell of a lot more money if you'd been allowed to take a portion of that, put it in the markets. President Bush tried doing that. He got the crap kicked out of him by the left. So fine, you're poorer today, but you do get, for the average American, you get your money back. You get a little spiff on Social Security. What the primary driver of those debt numbers is this right here. That average couple will have put in $161,000 over that lifetime of work into the Medicare. And understand that Medicare taxes you pay, the Medicare Trust Fund is the Part A. 3/4 of Medicare actually comes right out of the general fund, and that's what this is. So you put in 161, you get about 522, and we expect that number to go up fairly dramatically in the next sets of calculations. It is this gap right here that is primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, at some point here, you find out, does telling the truth actually get you in trouble? Because I can't tell you, my brothers and sisters here are really smart. They're truly experts in different things. And I swear they run away from me in the hallway when they see me carrying my charts, saying, David, I don't want to know, because if I tell my constituents that, they get mad at me for telling them the truth. Every day we wait, these numbers get worse. And you had a State of the Union there saying, oh, everything's fine, we're doing great. At one level, that's immoral, because this is coming. And remember, 10 years from now, it's not long. These are 30-year, or these are lifetime charts. It's fixable. And for people saying, well, just get rid of all that other stuff of mandatory spending except for my earned benefits. Okay, maybe we should. But the chart, this is the chart of, this is Social Security, this is the other mandatory, this is mostly health care, parts of this is actually Medicaid. You start looking at, this is nutrition support, EITC, Social Security supplemental income, but you start to see everything else that's in mandatory is pretty darn small. Now, doesn't mean some of these shouldn't be looked at and reformed or be put back on budget, but you see it's these two programs. It's Social Security and health care that are almost everything. I'm absolutely committed. I am going to keep my promises. I'm going to have this country keep its promises. But the only way we will do that is this body, this campus, every smart staffer around here, every lobbyist that walks in our doors that has a soul, bathe in the math. Let's get creative. Let's promote economic growth in every lever we can. Let's legalize technology. Let's legalize disruption and disrupt the price of delivering health care. It can be done. Dear God, I have a 7-month-old. Doesn't he deserve a future? With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Did I get within a few seconds?
All right. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. Appreciate the gentleman from Arizona being down here talking about the trajectory this nation finds itself on with respect to, well, all spending, but in particular, mandatory spending, as we call it, and the need for all of us to get serious about doing something about it. We sat here in this chamber last night. The President of the United States did what you do in a campaign speech, not in the State of the Union. He did what you do when you have a failed agenda and you want to try to scare the American people rather than inspire the American people. Accuse your opponents of being against Social Security and Medicare with no real backing, but offering no solutions himself to the very problems articulated by the gentleman from Arizona. Did anybody hear the President of the United States last night address at all the reality that Social Security and Medicare are on a path to bankruptcy in terms of their funding relative to the demands to pay benefits? Of course not. Of course not, because the President of the United States, Joe Biden, has zero solutions to the problems facing this country. Not one. Not one solution last night was offered. Standing at the well where the Speaker currently sits, not one solution was offered. Instead, it was a campaign speech. And the fact is, the American people, I think, saw through it. Because in the same speech that the president attacked Republicans for not having a solution for Social Security and Medicare, that accusing Republicans of saying we were going to walk away from the obligations for Social Security and Medicare, the president offered no solutions on the border. None. The president said not a word about our men and women in uniform. The president referenced Ukraine, but didn't provide an actual strategy or desired outcome besides Putin bad, Ukraine good. Look, the fact of the matter is, the entire nation is tired of exactly what we saw last night. Tired of it. The president came in and tried to offer populist rhetoric, frankly, stealing some of the rhetoric almost directly from President Trump. He tried to offer some old school Democrat rhetoric, saying, we've got a program for everybody in America. Don't worry, we're going to pay for it. I gave a speech on the floor of the House about a year ago entitled The United States House of Free Stuff, about this body. When a number of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle came down and talked about all of the student loans that would be forgiven, all of the spending that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would offer, with no indication of how it would be paid for. Because why would you do that? Look, the fact of the matter is, this body, the People's House, is never going to be serious about representing the people until we stop spending money we don't have, stop allowing for the printing of money to carry out the very things the American people sent us here to stop doing, stop funding the very bureaucracy that are carrying out the actions that we decry in our own campaigns. We're never going to get this country on track until we stop printing money, borrowing money, and spending money we don't have. I would defy any one of my colleagues, anyone, this side of the aisle or the other side of the aisle, to come prove that statement wrong. And when we're $32 trillion in debt, or almost, and we keep having a debate about who's going to spend more money on which program of our choice, how is that going to save the country? With all due respect to colleagues on my side of the aisle, I've heard numerous Republicans say, we are not going to touch defense spending. Okay, good for you. Maybe I agree. Maybe we shouldn't touch defense spending. Maybe we need more defense spending to beat China. But then what, pray tell, is your solution to fund it? I promise you, and my request, all my Republican colleagues out there, come on down. If you're the ones saying you will not touch defense spending, you come down here and you give me a solution. Don't hide behind the men and women in uniform. Don't go, oh no, we're not going to touch defense spending. We need more defense spending. We need to beat China. I might agree with you, but I'm not going to sell printing and borrowing money that undermines the very national security that you're going out and talking about. To my Democrat colleagues, you come down here, don't say a word about how you're going to spend or pay for any of the spending, any of the programs that you stand up and applauded last night when the President of the United States is talking about it. You say you want to have non-defense spending. You want to have more funding for HUD, more funding for HHS, more funding for programs, more funding for some COP grants or whatever it is. It wouldn't be for COP grants. But you want this more funding. How are you going to pay for it? The answer is no one is going to come down here and give an answer to that. With the possible exception of two things. My Democratic colleagues will come down and say taxes. Okay, why don't you come down? Let's have a conversation about taxes. Come down and show me what taxes you want to raise that will not cause economic impact such that our revenues actually go down. Come show that to me. Let's have a debate about that. My colleagues on this side of the aisle will tend to say, well, it's the mandatory spending. Don't you understand? Don't worry about discretionary spending. That's small ball. Well, a third of our budget is discretionary spending still, so I'm not sure that's small ball. I mean, it is, after all, like $6 trillion. I don't consider that small ball. And my colleagues aren't incorrect that we've got to deal with mandatory spending. But you can't hide behind mandatory spending to say that's the problem, while you then say, well, we got to increase defense spending. And well, I don't know that I would increase all that other non-defense spending, all those agencies. But you know what? That's what my Democrat colleagues want. So the only way I can get my defense spending is to agree to what they want. And one day we'll deal with mandatory spending. So what the hell, $32 trillion of debt and counting. But that's exactly what happens. And again, to any of my colleagues, come down here and prove me wrong. Come on down. I'm here. Come debate me. American people actually want to have a debate. Maybe we should have that debate every day, all day, until we come to some conclusion about how we're going to stop doing the same thing over and over again. Stop spending money we don't have. Now, I'll tell you my solution. I actually believe you should come to the floor and come here to debate and have solutions. I believe that the bureaucracy of the federal government is plenty big. I don't believe it needs to get any bigger. I actually, and this, call me crazy, I think maybe returning the bureaucratic state, the administrative state, the bureaucracy, the federal government bureaucracy, returning it to pre-COVID levels. I'm not asking for that much. I'm just saying, let's go back to the size of the bureaucracy before COVID spending blew the spending out of the water. That would be 2019 spending levels. You with me? Let's just take the bureaucracy and take it back to pre-COVID spending levels. Now, do that. Hold defense spending at 2023 levels that were just passed. That all the hawks were running around going, all right, we got more money for defense. We got a 10% increase in defense. Okay. Let's hold that spending. If you do what I just said, freeze the bureaucracy at 2019 levels, freeze defense spending at 2023 levels, the one we just passed. If you do that, and you do that for 10 years, freeze that number for 10 years, you'll save $3.6 trillion and reduce our deficit spending. You get about, I don't know, probably about a third of the way towards balancing the budget in 10 years. I think that's a pretty good start. Does anybody in America want to raise their hand and say that the bureaucracy, the federal bureaucracy, in 2019 was too small? Anybody who wants to come down and say that the size of the federal government, the non-defense federal government, in 2019, man, that government, oh my gosh, it was so small. There were no bureaucrats interfering with my life. There were no regulations cutting off economic activity. Again, I defy, come on down. Tell me how that government of 2019, just a few years ago, was so efficient, so great, such a good size that you think that's the right size. And we need it actually to be bigger. That it's not the right size, that we need it to be bigger. I don't know many Americans. If I go to my district that I represent, 750,000 Texans, I don't know many of them that would raise their hand and go, oh, please, I need that bureaucracy to be bigger. Hire more federal workers into all of those programs. Fill up more buildings in Washington, D.C. We need more of that. Now, defense spending. Well, we just got defense spending increased a bit here to 23. Well, you say, well, do we need more spending for defense? There's a lot of people who might say we might. Why? Well, is our Navy what it needs to be beat China? Do we have all of the latest technology we need to be able to beat China or another world foe? Do we have all of the latest and greatest intel? Do we have all of the personnel trained properly at the levels we need to ensure that we can be the finest fighting force in the world and that we can, kill people and blow things up when necessary? Because that's what, our military is supposed to do. We might need more spending. I'll grant that. So I'll tell you what. Take my plan of freezing the federal bureaucracy, non-defense, take last year's defense levels at 23, now increase it 2.5% a year for the next 10 years. Well, instead of saving $3.6 trillion, we would save $3 trillion. Still a pretty good step towards 10-year balance. Now that's one idea. I think it's the right idea. I'll tell you why I think it's the right idea. I don't know why I want to give more money to an EPA that puts Joe Robertson in jail because he had water on his land and somehow that violated the waters of the United States laws. I don't want to give more money to the bureaucrats at the Federal Bureau of Investigation to build a new $400 million facility in Maryland like we just voted through in December, to hire more FBI agents, to put more people like Scott Smith, a dad in Loudoun County, on a list to be a domestic terrorist because he dared to go to a school board and challenge a school board for not doing enough to protect his daughter. Scott Smith joined me in this chamber last night and sat right up there, listening to the bloviating nonsense we heard coming from the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue sitting here last night. I don't want to give more money to those bureaucrats. I don't mind saying it. I was a federal prosecutor for a couple of years. The Department of Justice has plenty that it can cut. And all I'm talking about is going back to 2019 levels. Do we want to fund an NIH further or an FDA or CDC further to carry out more gain-of-function research? Anybody raise your hand? Raise your hand if you want more gain-of-function research coming out of your federal labs, maybe even working with China to do it. Anybody sign up and say, yep, that's a great idea. Good use of money. Well done. Anybody want more of that? More of those programs? Again, with borrowed, printed money. How about you want more money to go to the Department of Labor to shut down, for example, Rihanna Reiner's children's clothing consignment company? Because she violated some standards according to the Department of Labor? How about more money for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms to issue by regulation, not a law that we passed, to issue by regulation a barring of pistol stabilizing braces that potentially make felons out of, 10 million or more Americans? Does anybody want to give the ATF more money to go after and target the American people? But that's what we do here. And with all due respect to my Republican colleagues who like to go take shots at my Democrat colleagues, for a lot of good reason, by the way, it's not enough to campaign against this stuff and then come here and fund it. But that's what we do. We campaign against these terrible regulations and these terrible actions by bureaucrats. IRS going after nonprofits and faith-based organizations because of their beliefs. The FBI targeting Mark Houck, a dad, an FBI showing up at 7 a.m. in the morning with a SWAT team to go after his family in Philadelphia because he dared to defend his son when they were outside of an abortion clinic, engaging in their First Amendment right to stand up in defense of life. Oh yeah, but let's go give some more money to them. But that's what we'll do. Let's give more money to that bureaucracy. The woke, weaponized, wasteful bureaucracy at war with the American people, targeting the American people. The truth is, we have an obligation to reduce federal spending, even if it were filled with nothing but angels doing nothing but angelic things, because we're spending money we don't have. But the truth is, that bureaucracy is doing anything but those angelic things. So why do we continue to fund it? The funding that we continue to provide for a bureaucracy that not only is at odds with and targeting the American people, targeting the Scott Smiths, targeting the Mark Houcks, targeting the Joe Robertsons for having water on his land, targeting Marvin Horn for his raisin crop, fining him $685,000 because he didn't comply with certain New Deal era restrictions that the Department of Agriculture put on him. Think about that. I'm not saying that I can say every single thing, that every example you bring up, that someone didn't violate some reg or some rule, because who the hell knows how many there are? I've asked. No one can tell me. How many federal laws are there? Again, if any of my colleagues can come here down here to the floor and bring me a footnoted cite and say this is how many federal laws there are, I would love to see it. Come tell me how many regulations there are with laws and crimes attached to it. According to one report I saw, there's an estimated 4,500 federal laws, statutes, crimes, I say criminal statutes, sorry, not laws, criminal statutes, and some 300,000 crimes attached to regulations. That's just one report that I saw. The Department of Justice apparently tried to calculate this in the early 1980s and they gave up. They came up with a certain number and they just kind of stopped. How can any American engage in activity and not essentially be violating something, somewhere, where some eager bureaucrat is just able to go, nope, you're in violation, you're shut down. We were sitting up in the Rules Committee the other day talking about vaccine mandates. And one of the witnesses testified, and one of my colleagues said, well, why aren't you taking this end to the public health emergency or this end to this vaccine mandate through regular order? Look, I'm a big supporter of regular order. I think we should take things through committees, bring them to the floor, offer amendments. Let's keep in mind this is a one-page bill that's pretty straightforward. And I'll just say this. What was the regular order carried out by the executive branch in just unilaterally executing an order to force vaccines upon private citizens through OSHA requirements? Shut down by the courts, by the way. Where was the regular order? Where was the sort of equivalent to due process for the American people, where we could at least go through and make some good decisions? For the executive branch, when they said, yeah, you military guys, you got to get this COVID vaccine. Based on what? Well, Anthony Fauci said so. Rachel Walensky said so. But didn't CDC Director Walensky say that the vaccines don't do anything for transmission? Well, don't mind that. We'll just keep mandating needles get stuck in the arm for our men and women in uniform, notwithstanding some of the concerns of myocarditis among the young, healthy population that predominantly make up our military, by the way. Last night, my friend Senator Cruz, who was sitting right over here last night during the State of the Union, brought a young man, a member of our military, who's been kicked off the career track. They're coming after him to come get $75,000 of money from schooling. Coming after him. He's got to write that check or they're going to keep coming after him. They're not fired him because of the bill that we passed in December saying, well, we're not going to allow you to remove members of the military if they don't want to take the vaccine. But he's still being punished. Right now, a patriot who signed up to serve his country has his government going after him for money that he's got in for his family after his sacrifices to serve the country. They're going after him. His government is going after him. When all he wanted to do was serve his country and not stick a needle in his arm because some bureaucrat said so. Let me be perfectly clear to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. This is going to change. We're not going to do this. We're not going to allow the government to do this to the American people. And I mean that. When we fund the government this year, things better change, Mr. President. You come down here and you make threats to us about what you think is going to happen with respect to default. You come down here and lecture us in the people's house. Well, let me tell you, Mr. President, we're a co-equal branch of government. And we're not going to allow the American people to continue to be targeted by the very government that is supposed to protect them, that is supposed to do their constitutional duty, that is supposed to secure the border of the United States, that is supposed to stop fentanyl from coming in, that is supposed to have operational control of the border so that neither Americans nor migrants are dying, that is supposed to stop dangerous cartels, that is supposed to stand up to China, that is supposed to have a strong military, sparingly used but not woke. We're not supposed to spend money we don't have. We're supposed to balance our budget. We're supposed to defend the American people. And I'm not going to agree, sitting in the Rules Committee or on this floor, to continue the process of spending money we don't have, of not changing the status quo and not demanding that the President of the United States act like it, act like he's the president, defend this country, secure our border. He doesn't get to come down here and lecture us. The People's House decides how dollars get spent. The People's House represents the people. We need a reckoning. We need to actually stand up and fight, stand up and be counted. I'm not going to go around the circles that we constantly go around in this place, having another meeting about another meeting about another meeting. How about we just stand up for something? How about people be on the floor of this body debating? Get another hour of special orders, another half hour of special orders. I'm sick and tired of watching Texans that I represent die from fentanyl. I'm sick and tired of watching my fellow Texans in the state legislature debating right now spending more Texas taxpayer money to do the job the federal government is supposed to do and secure the border. I'm sick and tired of walking around on eggshells around a body comprised of members of both sides of the aisle that refuse to do their job to stop spending money we don't have and say, oh, well, what political poll-tested 80% issue can we put out there and go to the American people with so that we can sound reasonable in our demands? How about you just demand what's right? Why don't we just stand up and say, you know what, we're going to balance our budget. Giddy up. That's what every American does. It's what every business has to do. But no, we'll keep going around in circles, each side going to their pet projects. Meanwhile, the federal bureaucracy is going to continue to be at war with the American people, like my friend Scott Smith, who was here last night. Not one single mention by the president, hadn't apologized a lick for putting him through that. Domestic terrorist. Hadn't apologized a lick for the fact that his Secretary of Homeland Security, who was here last night, stood up at a lectern and said that his own Border Patrol employees that worked for him whipped Haitian migrants when he knew full well, both from the video evidence that we all saw with our eyes and a memo from his own people in Department of Homeland Security, that was not true. He knew it. And then he blamed it on systemic racism. Has he apologized? No. And the reason he hasn't apologized is because he's at war with the people of the United States and the fact that his job is supposed to be to secure the border, and the president knows it. President goes down and does a photo op with a preset visit in El Paso where they literally go out and clean out the streets of the migrants who are piling up in El Paso and sets up a photo op. And then last night dares to come down here, lecture us, lie to the American people that we're trying to go after their Social Security and Medicare, and offer nothing about his constitutional duty as President of the United States to secure the border. Mr. Speaker, I will yield back here in a minute. I assume my time is running short. I'll just close by saying this. The American people expect more out of the People's House. They expect more out of the President of the United States than what we saw last night. It was not a State of the Union. It was a state of confusion. We have an obligation to do our job and stop spending money we don't have, secure the border of the United States, and actually represent the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience.
Engage in personalities.
Yeah. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president.
I move that the House do now adjourn. Or, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.